Good morning, good morning. I am back again. I am really excited about today. I know it's a bit rainy, but we're going to make it such a beautiful day. And I am going to start by asking people if you had a color that you are feeling like your mood is at today, what color would it be? We're going to start with you, Res. Wow. Wow. Okay. How about you, Kia? Come on. Come on. Really? Yeah. Right. Right. I'm actually yellow as well today. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a very exciting day. It's a pitch day for South Africa's Pachi Panda Challenge. I'm not going to ruin the surprise of telling you how this initiative came about and what it's about. I have some very interesting individuals that are going to do that for us. What I will start by saying is just doing a bit of housekeeping. I'm going to say that the bathroom is, if you go out, we have two sets of bathroom. There's one just on this floor up after the lift. There's another one next to Tech Hub. You just go up on your left, you should find your bathroom. 1 minute. Go. Sure. So for everyone who's tuned in online, we welcome you as well. We would have invited everyone. It's just we're limited by capacity, but welcome. Thank you for joining today. I'm going to also encourage us to speak about this as you're listening to amazing entrepreneurs that are going to be pitching today, sharing us the amount of impact that they're doing. I really need you to make noise and speak to it, share it with your friends. The hashtag we're going for today is hashtag Pachi Panda SA, right? Hashtag Pachi Panda SA. So let's speak about it. Let's make some noise. So by way of introduction, I'm Gift. It's a bit difficult. Actually, I was speaking to someone. They're like, so are you a DJ? What are you, right? I also am still trying to figure that out myself. And I'll tell you why. So I have an MBA in AI and data analytics from the US in Massachusetts in Boston. I came back 3 months ago. And I've ran a company called Kudoti. Some of you might have know about it. We built a end-to-end traceability waste management solution, got it to about 6 markets, and I exited that. So that was my first successful exit. And when I came back, I recently launched South Africa's first AI Amapiano album. And part of the surprise today is how AI is going to revolutionize everything. So I have a little bit of a slide where I'm just going to show you what that process looks like today. Before we start, there's going to be a video that's being played. And really for me, this video is quite interesting because it highlights what this journey looks like for an entrepreneur. So this is a highlight of someone, I'm speaking now to my entrepreneurs, someone that came, they pitched, and now we're going to see how far they've been. So this is actually very, very interesting and impactful. I do also want to encourage those that might not walk away with prices today. The true value of any event such as this, with a big partner like this, is really the people in the crowd. So make this not just about the money, about the people that are in here. Video, are we ready?
Winds carry voices between valleys. Stars mark the path of travelers. And in the spaces between, we discover what binds us. We are bound by the beat of a drum, the call of a market, the laughter of children at play. By threads woven in cloth, in language and in song. And by our purpose to connect today for a brighter, more inclusive tomorrow. Our footprint stretches across the continent to create a future that isn't just spoken, but lived and embodied across every nation we serve. Across lights rising with the skyline, roads that stretch like rivers of steel, and signals crossing the air unseen, yet felt. We are more than a network. We are a partner for progress, a bridge to opportunity, and a proudly African company with a global voice. We are Africa's rhythm, always moving, always becoming, always connected.
Yellow.
The challenge is now open to youth-led SMMEs across the continent,
where we're really going to see our participants being able to showcase their innovative ideas.
So Nedbank has partnered with MTN on this challenge because we believe entrepreneurship is really the cornerstone of our economic growth. And as Nedbank, we really pride ourselves in the work that we've done in creating jobs as well as new enterprises.
The Pachipanda program really spearheads our commitment to protecting the environment, where we're looking at creation of green jobs, promoting of the green economy, and really participating in the just energy transition program of the government.
Even though it is young people trying to put it in a business perspective, it's comforting because these young people means that understand that going into a future, we've got a lot of climate impacts on whatever we are going to do, even them as young entrepreneurs.
Today I won the first position in the challenge, and I'm really grateful and happy about that.
Right. Hopefully today we're also gonna meet someone that next year we'll be seeing on the screen. I was actually reminded that when I speak about entrepreneurship and technology, which I fundamentally believe this is what an organization like MTN really pushes: innovation, technology, and also entrepreneurship. I was just reminded that it is very important as well to share a little bit as well about some of the things that I'm doing in the space of getting entrepreneurs. So there's an interesting kind of title that's in the work, AI lead in entrepreneurship. And what that is someone that looks at the technology that exists out there, bring it here, and really shares it with entrepreneurs so that they really use it. Because I fundamentally believe that if Africa does not leap on this AI revolution that we're seeing, it's going to be very difficult for us to catch up. So I'm very excited to hear more from the entrepreneurs today as well as they're speaking. But I am Betty and Tsonga, so we love to say you can't. What that means is you can't come to someone's house and the host does not welcome you. So I'm going to bring up next Kia. Kia is the general manager for MTN South Africa. She is heading the sustainability and the BBBEE department. She has done some amazing work. Part of it is what we hear today, the Pachipanda. But beyond that, I actually did a bit of research here. I wasn't stalking. And for me, there's two other interesting initiatives, and you can go look at her online. The Child Online Safety, where she basically helps children be children. And I think it's so important in today's world. She also has the Renewable Energy Access, where she's been involved in launching microgrid initiatives in places like Orange Farm and so many other things. So, I mean, this is really, really an exciting individual. And I would just want us to give her a round of applause as she comes on stage.
you very much, Gift. Good morning, everyone. Now, in the MTN language, we say yellow. On behalf of MTN, a very warm welcome to everyone joining us today, both in person, guys, I know it was raining, and also online. Thank you to our industry partners, our guests, and more importantly, the inspiring innovators that are really the heartbeat of this program. A special thank you to our partners, the Nedbank Foundation, as well as Indalo Inclusive. And I really believe that sometimes we take for granted the impact of initiatives like these, right? Where they really actually just ignite hope. So I really believe through this partnership, we're not only building a sustainable future, but one that is full of opportunities. So for that and to my partners, thank you very much. So Gift did mention to say really, to just give a brief overview in terms of what the Patchy Panda program. The Patchy Panda program was founded in MTN Zambia as a partnership between MTN Zambia and WWF Zambia. And I think really the success and what came out of that program about 3 years ago, a group this decision was made that it must be rolled out throughout 5 other different markets, just really for scalability and just to ensure that there's really great impact. And I think, guys, today, as much as we're here for an event, today is really bigger than just an event. So it is a movement, right? And just also a bit of context. So Patchy comes from the Bemba language meaning we are together. And I think this program really signifies what that means. It really talks about collaboration. It talks about unity. But it also talks about shared responsibility. We all know the African proverb which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And essentially through this program, we're saying together with the youth and with the transformative power of technology, we're reimagining solutions for Africa's progress. Now, the Patchy Panda program is about unlocking energy and creativity of the South African youth to tackle one of the greatest challenges of environmental sustainability. So through this program, we'd like to encourage youth to develop tech-based solutions to address environmental challenges and solutions that scale, that create jobs, and transform industries. So for us, guys, it's really not just about today. It's about creating a lasting impact. We really want to look back 5 years from now and see real enterprises and see real people and recognize the faces that are sitting in front of us in terms of just really building green industries and just transforming the world. But for us, and I think the reason why this makes us for us, just from MTN, so our core belief is that everyone deserves the benefit of a modern connected life. And this is embedded in our sustainability strategic framework in terms of how we see the strategy comes to life. So our strategic pillar and commitments is really based on the eco-responsibility. It is sustainable society, economic value add, and sound governance. And Patchy Panda falls into the eco-responsibility pillar within our strategic framework. So we're really not just investing in Patchy Panda, we're investing in innovation, we're investing in energy, and we're investing in 60% of Africa's population that we know what is capable when they are involved in terms of the challenges that we face. We've also made bold targets, just as an organization, to achieve net zero by 2040, which is 10 years ahead of the industry target. So Patchy is just not an environmental initiative. It is proof that our sustainability and strategic framework works in practice and its strategy actually coming alive. So if we begin this program, I'd love to wish our different participants well done. But I think what's important is that for you to have made it this far, you're already winners, irrespective of what happens today. So thank you, and let's make today a day of celebration, a day of innovation, but a day also of collaboration, and just being able to reignite and just really think of the hope that lies in terms of the various solutions that sits in this auditorium today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Kia. It's very important that we get such support, right? It is important not only for acceleration, because entrepreneurship is a lonely journey. You know, I'm making jokes today. No one is laughing. They're so serious, you know. But I want you to relax, you know, let the nerves down. The reason you're here is the likes of Kia, the likes of Rest, they want to help you. They understand the importance of the work that you do. Myself, I actually worked with Rest with Indalo some time ago, and I'll share a bit about that. But I was an entrepreneur myself, and I understand what it means to sit and get support for a massive brand like MTN. So, entrepreneurs, listen up. Let's laugh to the jokes. It's Friday, guys, you know? It's Friday. Let's not just relax a little bit. You got this. That's why you're here, right? Up next, I'm going to call on Rest. But before I do, I just want to explain how important it is for implementation partners to be a part of a program like this. The likes of MTN definitely love to support, but it is very important to also have someone that also lives, breathes with entrepreneurs. They stay with them. They understand it just makes things much better. And for me, that's what Indalo is. It's the implementation partner for this initiative. And I did a bit of work some time back when I was also an entrepreneur with Indalo. And if I'm not mistaken, actually, I think I ended up in Amsterdam, Rest, because of the support that they've been giving me. And it was all on supporting, taking your business to the next level. And we didn't win every competition, right? But it's speaking to people within the room that will enable you and your business to go to the next stage. So, Rest Kanju is the founder and CEO of Indalo Exclusive. It's a non-profit company, and he has many different roles and work that he has done in his space, but it predominantly includes youth, it includes green innovation, and they've worked with a bunch of different partners, the likes of Nedbank. They've worked with the government, not just in South Africa, the government of Flanders. They've worked with WWF South Africa. And all they've been doing is trying to implement projects, particularly looking at the climate, sustainability, and of course, innovation. With a round of applause, let's welcome Rest on stage.
I don't know, gift, man. I've never been introduced like a pastor before. But yeah, thank you very much. Okay. Too short or too big? Okay. All right, so I mean, I'm already encouraged. I actually want to go home because I think both Kia and Gift have really outlined why we're here. Coincidentally, in fact, I mustn't say coincidentally, but I think by God's design, I'm going to step out just before 11 o'clock because someone insisted that I need to join an Africa webinar that is being hosted by EPI, the Entrepreneurial Planning Institute, and on something called DigiBiz. And they're actually trying to tackle a very simple, yet very pertinent and poignant question about the nexus between climate change and digital entrepreneurship, right? And I find that to be quite important, at least for today's event, because there are just two things that as South Africa or as the world we're battling with on a day-to-day basis. And that's the issue of the transition towards a green economy, but also issues around the fourth industrial revolution, or dealing with issues of technology, technological transition, and the likes. Now, it's quite interesting that we're here and we're talking about that very nexus. And I'm excited to see the entrepreneurs that are pitching today. For us, this competition resonates with our mission as Indalo Inclusive, and that is turning eco-inclusive entrepreneurial ideas into positive economic impact. We are not afraid to sit and listen to ideas that are being born, that people are beginning to shape, that people are beginning to craft in their lives. Because those ideas can literally become big companies that can make people like gift rich by selling them out, you know. Kudoti. It's a very interesting. I mean, I listened to someone who's now taken over that whole thing not long ago. Quite an interesting concept, and it's actually making waves, and well done for that. So at Indalo, we are very committed to identifying, supporting, and promoting this eco-inclusive entrepreneurs. And I said those three words: identifying, supporting, and promoting, because the success of any program and success of any of our programs depends on how we identify these entrepreneurs. And we've become very rigorous, very particular in that, but we're also committed to supporting them by providing technical and financial support, and I think most importantly by promoting them. So, because we believe that when we do promote them, they don't belong to us, of course, and other people are able to see them and able to continue to support them. And therefore, for us, the Pachi Panda program, again, resonates with both our mission and this commitment. I always say to my colleagues and anyone that we work with that this work is tough. And I think perhaps it's fitting when we call it with the Lord's work. Because I think to do it, you really need to be called, Baba Mkhozi. It's a calling. Tough as it may be, it's full of very exciting rewards. And these rewards are way beyond money. Because I must tell you that money for us will never come. Maybe money for you will definitely come. But for us, it's something that we've kind of settled with, you know. We're never going to be rich. And sometimes it pains me to see you guys becoming rich. You must share when you come back and plow back, you know. But it's rewarding to see hope. Kia spoke of hope that exudes through these young people that are so absolutely determined not only to change their lives, but to change lives of those that are around them. And for me, I look at you, and I said this to you yesterday, in you, South Africa is in great hands. I mean, I can actually have a great weekend and go like, it's okay. You know, you can do whatever you want to do, but yeah, I think we're in great hands. As Indalo, we are humbled by the partnership and most importantly, the trust placed upon us by these massive corporate giants like MTN and Nedbank. And I must say, it's quite encouraging to see this responsible corporate citizenry that we see in these partners that we have. And this responsibility is also evident in the colleagues that we work with. Kia and your team, the MTN colleagues, Maluta, Puvi, Grant, and others. It's quite exciting to see you know, Lisa and Alusanda and others doing this work. I mean, your passion, for me, it's really big up and congratulations to the work that you do. And I just think that it would be amiss, of course, for me not to mention my colleagues because they might just have a mass resignation. You know, led by Vivian. You know, not long ago, I was arguing with someone that, no, we don't have young people anymore in the team. And then they pulled out their IDs and said, no, we're below 35. We're young. Because they're just so matured, so professional, and I don't have to be worrying about too many things. And, you know, Indalo colleagues, well done, and thank you so much. And I must also say, I saw young people whom we've also trained, they've come out through the ranks, like Luvo, who are massive entrepreneurs in this global stage today that are mentoring you, you know. So Luvo came through the ranks and we mentored him, and now he travels and globetrots, right? And he's mentoring you guys. He comes from that experience. So we're very excited to recycle that skill. I must also thank the adjudicators, the guest speakers that are here. Because colleagues, I think this show of corporate institutional partnership and collaboration, for me, it's massive. It's something that South Africa actually needs, And I'm looking at all of you, from Linda all the way to Niman there, I don't want to mention your names. But in fact, I should, Let me mention your names. So Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropies, they're a great partner in this ecosystem. And I think for them to be part of this, it's amazing. They are also one of our supporters, and they provide us with co-funding. Simone, you probably have candidates for the Earthshot Prize coming out of this, and I'm sure you will. So Simone hails and has done a lot of work, with UNDP, and recently she took me to Rio, and it was exciting to see the Earthshot Prize, and she runs that whole thing, So it's quite exciting. So I think I'm excited about that. Baba Mkosi, a great friend of mine from long time, an entrepreneur of note, very passionate about technology and data, an economist, who understands entrepreneurship. And what is also exciting is also a partner of MTN of a number of years. And I'll tell you a story here over lunch when we finish here about how this MTN story with Datacom and Percy started. Just lunchtime. And Utlezi from In Pursuit, thank you so much for being here, sis. If you think engineering and technology and issues of mitigation and, solar technology and all sorts of engineering stuff around South Africa, Hlezi has that. And thank you so much for making time. So, with all that, and as I conclude, entrepreneurs, Pachi Panda, pitchers, innovators, like Gift said, please, and please, I beg you. This opportunity is something you must grab. It's yours. I said this yesterday. You have no idea the massive amount of institutional capital that exists in this room. And I think you need to take advantage of that. And again, I want to reiterate what Gift said, that even if you come number last, number msila, the reality is, as we know, those that are last can be the first. Not all the time shall be the first, but those that are last can be the first. In other words, those that have not done well, according to our eyes, okay? Because sometimes we use a measure that is not consistent with that which you have, and we may miss certain things. You may literally become the first. So take this, and in fact, I'm very jealous. I wish I was your age, because I promise you, if I was your age and I was sitting here, for me, this is an opportunity I'll be taking. But our time is gone. Badesh, setembele kunina. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Rest. As you can see, I'm not overly hyping the people that are coming here. In fact, I want to say they're very humble in what they do. These people have done far beyond for entrepreneurs, and I think for me, it's also it's a very humbling experience to just come and listen to the likes of Rest, Kia and all the VIPs we have today share what they do in support of entrepreneurship. Part of what I wanted to mention earlier was having been an entrepreneur, having exited, I am also now back and helping entrepreneurs, right? So I work as an AI lead for Yidi. That's more or less my 9 to 5, and they support entrepreneurs. We've created 400 jobs directly. We've deployed several millions into the space. And I want to give you entrepreneurs a few tricks, and because I know what it's like to sit there and want to now pitch. One, if you are afraid, acknowledge it in your head. It's okay to be afraid. It's a big deal that you're sitting here, right? Acknowledge it in your head. Two, if you miss a sentence or a pickup line or your joke doesn't land, no one knows but you. So continue. We won't know, right? Don't try to be perfect. Thirdly, this is your business. You know it. Someone said to me, when you're afraid, get in the room and picture everyone naked. I'm like, you know what? I prefer not to do that, right? So what I want to say is just imagine like you're speaking to a friend, and if it helps, have an anchoring face. What that means is you look at us as you're speaking, but you come back to this person. You look back to us, you come back to this person. The next person that's going to be speaking to us is going to be joining us live. I also know him from back in the day. And he's also a very passionate individual. He's been in this space, he's supported so many amazing entrepreneurs, and I'm sure he's going to tell us a little bit more about it. And his name is Maluta. Maluta actually works for Maluta. I forget, man, when I first met you, but I would love to know because now you are an influencer on LinkedIn. It's a bit hard to get in touch with you now, but just I help me remember when we met, when you speak. But a bit about Maluta. He heads the CSI division in Nedbank. He focuses on impact investing, and I remember the first time I heard that word. It wasn't in South Africa. It was somewhere far in Helsinki when they're like, we want impact, and he's doing it here, and some of his key roles include green economy leadership. I'm sure he's going to speak about that. He's going to also speak about how they are supporting green startups. And also, there's a bunch of exciting strategic partnerships that he's led, one of which is Indalo today. But I don't want to take your light, Maluta. Thank you for joining us. Are you clear? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Gift, I can hear you.
Perfect.
And yeah,
I'm gonna step on
welcome
stage.
back. Welcome back to the country, Gift. It's been a while. And I don't know if the guys know about your AI developed Amapiano album. I don't know if they know. But yeah, I think the guys must know. I can just see in terms of you can be a techie and still make people dance. But thank you so much, guys. I wish I was there with you, and then we can just, meet each other, interact, and then share some notes. But yes, Gift is quite right. I'm quite passionate about the space, but mainly because, of where we find ourselves as a country and the potential of young people in order to solve for those socio-economic and environmental challenges, and also the passion that young people have, that the talent, it excites me quite a lot. I'm quite passionate about young people as well. And you're quite lucky to be in this program, and thank you so much for for participating, for joining this competition. Yeah, it seems like a competition now, but I think what Kia and team have managed to do, and quite well, it was to reach out to us about 2 years ago to say that we don't just want it to end as a competition and award 3 top, participants. We actually want to turn these ideas into businesses. That's where we came in. We are well known as the green economy leaders in the country, might even be the continent, and as well as from an incubation and acceleration perspective, supporting entrepreneurs. And through walking the journey from an idea all the way to, through the whole design thinking process to when you prototype, when you start formalizing and trading, to when you need some, skills development, to funding at every interval throughout your, entrepreneurship life cycle journey. So I think you are in good hands with MTN. You're in good hands with Indalo. I saw Rest there talking, and he's using some of my phrases there about the Lord's work. He knows very well. He should have quoted me there. But rest, I will forgive you because you're a good friend. You're a good friend, and you're quite passionate about the work as well. But thank you so much. I just want you to put your best foot forward, be resilient. Just make sure that you are doing this for the right reasons. I understand there's unemployment and everything out there, but I think because you've chosen this path, it's quite important that you introspect in terms of, is this what I want to do? And if this is what I want to do, what do I need to work on to make sure that I become successful? And not just for selfish reasons, but for the country. So we will help you to make sure that you are not only commercially viable as a business, right? But you are also environmentally sustainable as well as socially inclusive. So that's pretty much what we're all about. We're all about social justice through economic justice by transforming the current economic system. So I will leave you with that, and hopefully one day we'll meet. It's quite busy, but I'll make sure that in one of the sessions, workshops that you're going to have with Indalo and MTN, I'll just pop in, and then you can just put the, face to the name or whatever you call it. So thank you so much, and all the best.
Thank you so much, Maluta. I told you he's a very busy influencer now. I actually met. He said this to me. I'm not saying he came to me. He says, "I'm an influencer now, Gift on LinkedIn," and I think rightfully so. There's just so many amazing stories not to share, and I think that's part of the the discouragement that we have. Right? We just don't have enough amazing use cases to say entrepreneurship works. Look at these guys and look at their impact, right? For those online, I do still want to encourage you to continue speaking about it online. Remember that our hashtag is Pachi Panda SA. So feel free to engage. We're going to now go into a very exciting bit now. And it is keynotes. I love keynotes, man. I love keynotes. I'll tell you why. People that give keynotes, for me, I feel like it's years of knowledge condensed, right? And shared in a way that's digestible. And I think every single time someone comes to give a keynote, I really don't take that lightly. And I also don't want you to take it lightly for our next guest. Who is Linda Dlala? I went to him early and I said, I actually saw you 2018 or something. He's like, I don't remember. So I'm sure, it's some of the things that he does, and it's because he's always trying as well to help, to share what he knows, right? What he's doing right now is he is the senior program manager at Allen Gray. I'm sure you know Allen Gray, where he's leading entrepreneurship initiatives that basically bridge the gap between and enterprise. He's the architect behind the National Entrepreneurship Intercollege Challenge, and I've seen it online, which is basically a national dynamic pitching competition that's empowering TVET students. And I think that's so amazing, particularly in South Africa. I think TVET college still hasn't gotten the reputation that it deserves and needs, right? And I think there's just so much innovation that exists there. I'm not going to speak much about him, but I think I am so excited to hear what he has to say. So with a round of applause, please help us welcome our keynote, Linda Dlala.
Hey, Gift, I wasn't nervous until you said you're excited when people give keynotes. So that put a lot more pressure on me. But nonetheless, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here today. Firstly, to Gift, our moderator, to the MTN colleagues, Indalo colleagues, Nedbank, to our amazing judges who have the most difficult job today, to our partners that are in the room, to the distinguished guest, and most importantly, to the innovators that are in the room. It's an honor for me to stand here before you in this Pachi Panda pitch event, a space that I believe is celebrating South Africa's next generation of innovators. Can we give a round of applause to the team that has made this or put this amazing work together? I won't be Gift. Gift gave a TED talk at some point in his life, so I'm not going to use the space because I think I'll be more comfortable here because this thing is a safety space for me as well. But I really want to speak about something today that most of us underestimate, something that I believe could really change the lives of many young people in our country, and that is the impact of your story. And the story of not only entrepreneurs, but innovators, those that are even in the working space as well. The story behind your innovations, the story behind your businesses that you have built, the challenges you've overcome, the lessons you've learned, and how these stories can transform the next generation of our innovators in the classroom. I've titled my talk, Your Story Matters, and how entrepreneur narratives can inspire Africa's next wave of innovators. Maybe just by a show of hands to the people that are here, were you ever exposed to an innovator while you were still at school? If you have, please put up your hand. Okay, give 1, 2, 3. I'd really love to hear your story. Who was the innovator and what they did? Everyone else, I'd assume that you were only exposed to an innovator or an entrepreneur when you were more older, outside of the school, whether at university or even started working as well. I want to talk to you using a story of a young lady that we met from Hammanskraal. Her name is Lindiwe, a student at Southwest Gauteng TVET College. I call her a young problem spotter who didn't have a map. Lindiwe grew up in Hammanskraal, naturally observant young person. She would walk through her community each morning on her way to school and noticing things that most adults had grown used to. She noticed the water crisis in her community, which we all know about, that has been going on for years. And this is something that she lived with ever since she was born. And she witnessed this crisis and what it had done in causing a lot of health issues in Hammanskraal. And every time she saw this thing, one thing came to her mind is that there must be a better way. But here's the challenge that Lindiwe had. She had the eyes of an innovator, or the eye of an innovator, but not the tools, the exposure, or the guidance to turn these observations into solutions. At her school that she went to, innovation wasn't something she encountered. Solving societal challenges was something she'd never heard about, thought it would be her responsibility. There were no problem-solving clubs in her school. There were no mentors that looked like her, who were building real solutions to real-world challenges. There were no entrepreneurs walking into a classroom saying, here's how you can go about starting to solve some of these problems that you've encountered. And most of the adults she knew were either unemployed or working in survival mode jobs that offered little inspiration. So Lindiwe grew up seeing these problems, but believed that solving them was something reserved for special people. And these special people were people in the big cities, people on the internet, people who were going to universities, and people who already knew what they were doing in life. Her story is not unique. Across South Africa, millions of learners see challenges daily: the water scarcity, waste pollution, food insecurity, energy shortages, climate shock, but lack the exposure to the process of innovation. And that's why we need to appreciate and support such initiatives like Pachi Panda. Young people across our continent do not see innovators and entrepreneurs who look like them. Every time I go to a TVET college, a university, or a school, and I ask young people, who's the entrepreneur that you know? Majority of them will tell you about Elon Musk. They will tell you about Jeff Bezos. They will tell you about the creator of Facebook, everybody that's far away from them, but they can't tell you about Ubab Kumalo down the street who's running a taxi business. They can't tell you about Umam Joyce who's selling amagwinya at the taxi rank. They do not hear these stories of people who build solutions out of nothing but an idea. Their imagination has no role model to feed on. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where you and I come in. What Lindiwe needed was you. She didn't need Elon Musk. She didn't need Facebook. She didn't need somebody that, I know you went to America, it's not you, but she didn't need somebody that came from America. Imagine if Lindiwe had an entrepreneur that was able to share their story with her. How they started, how they failed, how they got back up, and how they took a community problem and turned it into a successful business. Imagine if they showed her how to break down a problem, design a prototype, test an idea, and gather feedback, and most importantly, how to improve it step by step. Imagine if Lindiwe saw that innovation wasn't a mystery, but it was more of a discipline. Imagine if she saw someone who looked like her and who constantly told her that you can create a solution too. That exposure, I believe, could have changed her life, not by giving her answers, but by giving her permission to try. So I hope I can see my slides. This is Lindiwe. So it's not the story that was in the news, State of the Nation address. Lindiwe is an actual person. That exposure would have given her that permission to try. Because innovation is not born from resources. It's born from belief. A belief that you can build something that matters. And as you sit in this room as entrepreneurs and innovators, I believe that you are the carriers of that belief. So your story matters. And we often think that the value that entrepreneurs bring is financial capital, is networks, or it's that technical expertise. But one of the greatest gifts I believe entrepreneurs can give young people in our country is narrative capital, where your stories become the blueprint, where they show the next generation how innovation happens. That it's not something that happens far, far, far away in a remote area, but it's something that can happen in their communities, where your stories are able to give them permission slips because they become a signal to young people that they can dare to imagine beyond what they see every single day. Thirdly, they become a bridge. They connect classrooms to the real world, turning theory into possibilities. 4, your stories can become a spark. They can ignite an idea in a young mind that grows into a business that changes the whole community. And let me tell you this. Most of us thought that you had to be a billionaire to be an influencer. But now that I'm a little older, I've seen that it just takes us being visible, being present, and being willing to share. We have a huge innovation gap, and that's something that we've seen in the work that we do in the schools, the TVET colleges, the universities, and as well within the NEETS group. And many classrooms across South Africa are doing their best under extraordinary constraints, but the reality remains is that innovation is seldom taught as a skill. Exposure to entrepreneurs is still minimal. Problem solving is not always linked to real community issues, and learners rarely see examples of homegrown innovators. This means that learners like Lindiwe often grow up with ideas, but no pathways. Entrepreneurs can change that, not by charity, but through collaboration. And maybe you're sitting there as an innovator or as an entrepreneur asking yourself, how can I do this? Firstly, I would encourage you to share your stories authentically. Don't come to the school with your fancy car, your fancy clothes, and tell them that all of this is possible. Visit a classroom, be as authentic as you can be. Tell your story, how you started, and what inspired you to start. Tell them about the days you wanted to quit. Because all of us sitting in this room, at some point in life, you're like, hey, I sing it right. You know, don't tell them that, no, I'm eating shrimps with so and so. I met such and such a person. Tell them about the hard days, the days when you created your innovation and it just did not work. Tell them what problem you saw and how you attacked them. And tell them what resources you didn't have. Because sometimes we look at entrepreneurs and think they have everything, but only to find out that most of you have started just using your cell phones. You don't have to tell them how everything worked out, but you can tell them how you made sure that every single day you woke up and gave it your best shot. Secondly, help teachers to bring innovation into the curriculum. You don't need to redesign the entire system, but you can start small. Help run a workshop on design thinking. The workshops that you're about to go through, take some of that content, go into the school and introduce it. You can even bring Indalo, MTN, and say, hey, I'm in this school, there's a group of learners, 30 of them, can you assist me to come and do this little thing? Offer a real community problem for learners to solve. Don't solve space things. Let's solve the water situation in the area, the plumbing situation in the area, the electricity in the community. Provide insights into market research or prototype, and mentor a small group. Don't come in once and leave, because that's what we like to do. We come in, hey, hype, 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 and then we disappear for the rest of the time. Provide access and not answers. Now that you are sitting in this room, you now have access to information. Don't keep it to yourself. Take it back to the classrooms. Bring learners to workspaces. Bring them to such environments. Let them see the real-world innovations in motions, because exposure is fertilizer for imagination. Create youth innovation challenges in your communities. Start a small community challenge. Doesn't have to be this big, but it can be a community challenge where you identify problems in your community and you invite more young people to start there, so that when they go through that process, you can even expose them to these opportunities as well. And the ripple effect of that is that when you step into a classroom, you are not just telling your story, but you are expanding the future of dozens of young people. And maybe, just maybe, one of the young people that you inspire could be the person who becomes the next great African innovator. And returning to Lindiwe's story, imagine if she grew up in a school where innovators walked in and out regularly. Imagine if she had a mentor. Imagine if she had access to simple innovation tools that you're about to get as well. Imagine if she saw people from her own community solving problems. Her ideas were there, her observation skills were sharp, her passion was undeniable, and all she needed was exposure. All she needed was someone like you. The challenge that I want to bring to you today, this is the situation in Hammanskraal, and this is what Lindiwe does. She developed a pill that you just throw in the water and it's able to purify that water. I had a chat with her yesterday and she's busy with the SABS approvals, and also Nelson Mandela University is helping her with the research behind this, so that when she goes into the market, she's able to get all the backing that she needs. And she stopped producing in her mom's garage because now she needs bigger space, because there's clearly a demand in a community for this. So today I want to leave you with this simple challenge: is will you go back to the classroom? Not to teach, but to inspire. Not to lecture, but to share. Not to show perfection, but to show possibility. Because Africa's next generation of innovators is waiting in our classrooms. They are sitting in the classroom right now. Okay, maybe they've finished exams, they are at home finishing oros and the bread. But really, if they are in the classroom, they are curious, they are imaginative, they are hungry to solve problems, but they are lacking the bridge to get them there. And you are that bridge. All of us that are sitting in that room are that bridge. Your stories and your lived experience is more valuable than any textbook that they'll ever see in their lives. And when you share it, you do more than inspire. You activate, you unlock, and you transform. You create innovators who will build solutions that our continent desperately needs. Imagine if you come up with innovators from your community and you're able to hand them over to MTN and Indalo. They are also able to then prepare them and help them get into the bigger markets as well. And in closing, I want to say this. I want to invite all of us to a collective vision. And I hope we can all buy into this. I don't have anything to bribe you with, but I hope that we can all buy into this. A South Africa where every learner has access to innovators. A South Africa where entrepreneurship is not something seen on TV, but something lived in the classroom. A South Africa where the next great ideas come from villages, townships, cities, and classrooms we often overlook. A South Africa where your story sparks the story of the next generation of innovators. To everybody that's about to pitch, I created the Entrepreneurship InterVarsity. I've created the Entrepreneurship Intercollege. I know what you're about to do here is not the most easiest thing to do, but I can tell you it's one of the most rewarding things you'll ever do. As you speak, just know that there's many people here who will someday engage with your innovation. So don't pitch for the money, but pitch for the people that are about to buy your solution in the near future. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
I did tell you to pay attention, didn't I? I mean, that was just, thank you. I honestly, thank you. I think the value of stories, particularly in South Africa, still needs more work. I think stories like this, like, why is this not trending, right? I'm actually from Hammanskraal, so you hit a nerve there when you spoke. But you also reminded me as well of how important it is for someone sitting, on the chair, looking at someone on stage, to disassociate, right? To just think, there's no way I can ever get there, right? But it is possible, To my fellow entrepreneurs, my background is super humbling. The size of this stage was like where I lived with my mom, and I stayed in Tembisa. And that's when I started my very first business. I would walk a very long distance to just pitch and not win, So I share these because of what Linda was saying, that even Linda himself, he also has stories, right, that he can share about his own personal journey, And I think for me, what is exciting, I'll go back to the likes of MTN, is creating this space where someone could come and share what they're working on. Speaking of sharing, the people that you really want to make sure they hear what you're saying and it makes sense are our judges today. So, I like what you said, Linda. No bribe is allowed in this facility of any kind. But I want to just introduce our judges as well, because I think also, even in their own personal capacity, they're just doing some really exciting things that I really think that, and I would encourage, in fact, that each one of you connect with them. Go on LinkedIn, find them, search. If you don't have to say, I have a business idea. You don't have to do that. But just connect, say, we met at this place. Thank you for your insight. As time goes by, what LinkedIn does is it will show you what they're working on, Then you engage. These are very busy people. They took time just to be here, right? So not everyone who connects, they will get back. But I think the important part as well is so that they recognize you as an entrepreneur, to say, I remember that person, right? So starting with Simone, if you don't know what Earth Short Price is, I would encourage you to Google it right now. They're doing some pretty amazing stuff. And I think what I love about it is, actually, Simone, I was the president of the Sustainability Club at Boston. And there's a few students that they didn't win, It would have been amazing to say, but they didn't. But we'd push them as well here. What she does is she basically has a decade long of experience working in developed development in Africa, specifically looking at environmental sustainability. This is Simone. She's the director of Africa for the Earthshot, where she builds, supports, and I would say encourages climate innovation for the whole continent. Prior to this, she was with the United Nations Development Program in South Africa as the head of exploration for 6 years. She then focused on supporting and scaling innovation to accelerate achievement of sustainable development goals. She began her career in academia, designing and implementing projects across climate change, the green economy, disaster risk, humanitarian, and these are very, very important things, particularly because of where we're going. I mean, the Earth's planetary boundaries are very shocking to look at. We're getting to a point. I was talking to someone that when I was coming from Cape Town, the flight was so wild, to a point that when we were landing, they were like, hey, prepare for an emergency landing. Obviously, I'm here, so I didn't die. But I think as time goes by, climate and sustainability is going to be very, very exciting. And this is what Simone has really dedicated most of her life is. She also holds a master's in management, and her research expands beyond transformational systems. So with a round of applause, I'm not going to ask her to stand, but just maybe welcome Simone with a round of applause. What I'll do in the interest of time, Simone, I know you will be speaking, but I'm going to ask each judge, what color are you feeling? Are you also still yellow now, or? I think I'm yellow, yeah. Good. Yeah. Good, okay. Yellow for Simone. Up next, I'm going to go to Hlizipe. She is an interesting individual for a lot of you entrepreneurs because she's an entrepreneur herself. So this is a success story that Linda was speaking about that you need to go. Because much as, Linda was saying, we don't have success stories. Sometimes entrepreneurs are just not curious. Sometimes it's on us. If you are in a room with someone like this and you don't come to them and say, how did you do it? No fluff, just what would it take? Obviously, she can't explain everything, but you yourself as an entrepreneur, you need to be curious. A sense of curiosity needs to drive you every single day. So she's the founder and CEO of In Pursuit, a seasoned energy profession with over 18 years experience in delivering small to utility scale infrastructure projects with a focus on renewable energy. She's a former senior project manager within Europe's renewable team, overseeing a Landis technical advisory team taking, again, renewable projects, particularly solar and wind. And I think, particularly in South Africa, man, I was speaking to someone quickly to just say, we have the best sun in the world, right? We have the best wind in the world. But for some reason, we're dealing with load shedding, So we need to I guess, encourage more of what you're doing as well. She's a former technical manager. She has led project in the C&I space, has developed and delivered over 3,000 megawatts of renewable projects. I mean, this is a lot, right? And more recently, her leadership roles include things such as being a COO for Bonang Power and Energy. She was the principal for Matt & Co. Advisory. Man, the list goes on. What's your secret? I mean, is there special water? But this is her. What color are you feeling? Green. Okay, green. So that doesn't get a round of applause. Green for a round of applause. Right. Now, the next person that I'm going to go to is Mr. Percy, who is currently the CEO of Datacom. I'm going to just quickly fly through it, and then you're going to give us a color. He is a development economist and a business leader with 30 years of experience across South Africa and SADC region. He specializes in development and corporate finance, and he is also specializing in SME growth. Mr. Percy, thank you. CEOs are really busy. We appreciate you being here. What's your color? White. Okay. Welcome. Our last adjudicator is Nemo. Nemo is the senior manager and solution architect here at MTN. He's a technology leader. He's been responsible for solution design and software engineering across multiple commercial domains. He drives large-scale digital transformation throughout the whole group. I'm going to ask you a color. Don't say yellow. I shouldn't say that. Was yellow what you were going to go for? Okay, yellow it is. Thank you so much. So quickly what we're going to do now is we're going to take, it's not even going to be a break, just in the interest of time. I'm just going to ask you if you need a bathroom break, if you need to quickly grab water, if you need to quickly grab tea. Same to you online. If you are tuned in, thank you, still appreciate it. If you just joined, you are at the MTN Pachi Panda Challenge, and you are just about to witness 10 amazing entrepreneurs pitch. One minute. Second. Oh, yeah. What I then want to ask is for us to head out, go to the bathroom, go grab water, get tea, and then come back here immediately. I'm generous. I'm going to give you between 3 to 5 minutes, if that's possible. But I would, from there then, what we're going to do is go straight into the pitch. Sounds exciting?
before climate change has always been this abstract idea, right? It wasn't really clear. It was always, recycle, do this, it's just all noise. That I just like, okay, yeah, I understand. I hear you. I didn't really understand, right? So getting into Pachi Panda and the challenge statements, right? They got the problem statements that they gave, got me thinking and researching and going deep into the problems within climate change, right? And you realize that there is like a huge problem in all sectors. So the reason I chose waste is because, I've been once during varsity, once stayed in CBD, had an apartment in CBD. I always felt like the major difference between Joburg CBD and like Sandton, right, is usually the waste, like the major thing. The difference is cleanliness, right? And seeing that problem firsthand got me thinking, how could you solve such problems, right? Where does the problem start? Why do people not recycle, right? So that's when I got into, I came with the idea Recycle X, which is essentially an AI-powered and gamified powered application that aims to make recycling easy, fun, and rewarding for any ordinary individual, right? Yeah, I've been part of hackathons and tech challenges and all this stuff, but majority of them, it just feels like, after the challenges you win, then they're like, okay, it's fine, it's great, right? Bye. But with Pachi Panda, they take you through the whole process. There's assistance throughout the way. They hold you by the hand and make sure that your solutions come to life. It was really, really game changing on terms of confidence, and also just feeling like I can now actually tackle like a bigger challenges, bigger audience, and it essentially built the self belief on essentially the ideas that I have, right, on my ideas. And also like just validation, we just got like a solid validation, like a boost, like, okay, yeah, you're on the right track, keep going. I'd say it's really hard to slack back, because you got those giants backing you up, it's like they really, and then small things, like I'm not really talking about the prize money, which is great, the grants, which is great as well, but it's small things that you realize people really care about you, what you're doing, right? And you can't really disappoint them, right? On a personal level, the Pachi Panda program essentially, gave me this a boost of, confidence, and it has become really transformative on all levels, business, personally, and in all levels that you could ever think of. Getting a lot of connections that I've never had, relationships building that I would have never even had to or ever got if I'd never been a part of this, this challenge. Got to meet other participants from, other African countries, right? Like Nigeria, Zambia. You got to interact, understand, and also just got a perspective on like even expanding into those regions eventually when you're expanding, right? I've already built relationships in those places that when you want to expand out of SA, we hoping that's going to be much easier because you already know people that know the space. Thank you very much to also MTN and all the partners for making this possible. It's a very great initiative. I've been telling Kia, please continue with the with the work. Do not stop here, because this is like one of none in SA. I've been part of a lot of program, guys. Try to believe me when I say this is a different breed. This is a different beast, So so to those that want to be part of this movement, it's definitely a movement to jump onto. And I really encourage that you do so. Yeah, take action.
The moment we've been all been waiting for is here. Entrepreneurs, how are we feeling? Wow, that's very encouraging. How are we feeling? On a scale of 1 to 10, I would imagine these are all our entrepreneurs, yeah? On a scale of 1 to 10, how are you feeling? -10? Come on, come on. Look, like I said, no need to be nervous. I think you got this, right? So, I think what I'm gonna do, it's unfair for the first one, but it's fair for the other one. So we will have two sections to the pitch, right? We will have the first 5 go on, and then we will have the remaining after. What I would want is for basically the first one, I would imagine they're ready. I have an order, so I'm just gonna call you by that order, and then you know. So the first pitch that we will have will be from Petunia Makodo. We are then going to be followed by Sandakahle Sivongi, and then we will be followed by Bafukeng Mufukeng. It's a beautiful name. Then you will be followed by Gift, not me. Apparently, there's another Gift in the room. So we will be followed by Gift Mabena, and then lastly, Kabelo Maketa. That's our order. So, our judges, how are we feeling? We ready? Awesome. With a huge round of applause, let us welcome our first entrepreneur. One small thing. So she's gonna have 3 minutes, right? She's been practicing, so this is nothing for her. Then we have 5 minutes for the judges, right? Judges, what I might ask is if another judge has asked you a question, you don't need to ask, but also the entrepreneurs are here throughout. So then, yeah, after that we can continue just to keep the 5 minutes. All the best.
Did you know that 1 liter of used oil can contaminate 1 million liters of water? Good day. I'm Veledzani Petunia Makado, the Managing Director of Virtuous Waste Management and Project that is based in Emalahleni. We offer services such as waste management, used oil recycling, and industrial cleaning. Most of our customers lose thousands of liters of used oil due to overflowing of their storage containers and leaks, theft from their employees, and manual reporting. And this leads to environmental contamination and financial loss. This is due to the lack of monitoring and digital traceability, and this has led to a lot of challenges in the environmental contamination. We solve this issue by creating the All 360 app, which is a digital platform that is provide a live tracking system for the oil from generators to the refinery, unlocking a circular economy. This makes sure that our clients are able to recover more oil, and when they recover more oil, our revenue also grows because we are able to collect more oil, improving our revenue through environmental impact. So there is, South Africa generates about 150 million liters of used oil, and 30% of that oil is not recycled, which provide risk on the environmental contamination and lost economy. So our revenue stream relies on subscription services and also rates from our services. We target mechanics, workshops, and mine and power stations, and we will use digital and traditional channels to market our services. We plan to partner with the Rose Foundation, MTN Momo for payments, academic partnership, as well as the lubricant suppliers. So we have 30 customers that we already have, and we plan to market our product to them first. And we plan to target 370 new revenue as we grow our revenue stream. So our competitors have brand and experience, but they do not have the live monitoring system. So we are bringing a complete tech, a full chain of custody and transparency, as well as the automated reporting. So I lead a team that has high experience in handling and transportation of waste, and we are properly trained and have proper environmental compliance. So we are adding a new revenue stream into our business, and this revenue stream will allow our business to grow by 9 million in 2027. And we are asking for 410,000 rand that will be used to develop the software and the hardware. So we have designed the prototype, and we plan to have a fully integrated tech by 2027. So vouchers plan to complete what on the vouchers have started in the natural environment by using digital transformation to recover waste in our environment. Thank you.
Rest of time, my adjudicators, when she finishes, if you have any questions, just go ahead. I don't. There's no need for me to be here. You did great.
Well done. Thank you for this.
Thank you.
Good. Thanks. So I want to understand, how do you plan to this switch it on?
Is there another mic? Maybe they can get.
Yeah, let me try this. Well done. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So in terms of your IoT sensors, you said you're going to put them into the drums. How do you plan to distribute that to the industry or market within South Africa?
Okay, thank you very much. So as those sensors that we're planning to do, we want to, the first, we will start with maybe a target of 20. So we're going to design those drums using already available and recyclable drums that we collect from our clients and install the sensors that will be monitoring the oil level. And then we will take those drums and give them to our clients as the first prototype. But once the prototype has passed, then that's where we will be able to be marketing and then selling those drums to the different oil generators and also the current clients that will be able to. So we will also try to distribute our drums through the Rose Foundation, which is the foundation that tracks use or recycling. So we will collaborate with them in order to allow them to help us work with the registered collectors, processors and generator in order to distribute our drums, so because it will be easier for them to be able to monitor the level of their used oil.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Virginia. I just want to find out what at what level are you tracking the leaks and the spills? Are you tracking them when they're being transported, when they're being stored, or when they're using them? Because I just want to get a sense exactly as to where you're finding these losses or these leaks happening.
Okay, so we are tracking the oil while it's being stored, because we've noticed that sometimes the drum gets overfilled and then employees just put the oil on the ground or on the bucket, and then during rainy seasons they spill. So we also, on the system, we're integrating like a QR code that when the driver goes for collection, they scan the drum. So the drum will show that this drum was collected from this client. And then that will automatically generate a manifest that will be given to them. And then when it comes on site, then it's going to be recorded into our system that this drum was delivered to our site. Then it will generate a report to the generator, and also if it's a different collector, to the collector, so that they can still use that report to submit to the Rose Foundation, as they need to submit to show that how much oil they've collected and where it was collected from and where it was collected to. I'm good. Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you.
Wow. Thank you, judges. Usually there is two reasons why judges finish quickly. Either you've completely done well, and then the other part I'm not going to speak about it. So Up next, we're gonna have. Do you know? Do you know who's next? Okay, if you don't, it's okay. I can remind you. But you have to know, right? I'll reread the thing again so that you are prepared as well, right? Again, it's probably the nerves, but let it go. So we are now going to have number 2, Sandagahle, and then we're going to be followed by Bafukeng, Mufukeng, then it's going to be Gift, then it's going to be Kabelo, right? So just memorize that pattern. As they're pitching, just know that you're next. Judges, thank you for that. Beautiful, concise, love it. I will just explain this because I think all entrepreneurs need to know. Forward is the green one, right? Red, go backwards, right? And then, yeah, that's it. Round of applause.
Good day, everyone. I want you to imagine a future where food waste will not rot in landfills, but instead is going to feed a farm that creates jobs, produces organic fertilizer, animal feed, and crops, all from a single container powered by the sun. South Africa generates over 10 million tons of food waste annually, while farmers are facing rising costs of feeds and fertilizers. Methane emissions from this food waste caused floods, which took over 100 people in the Eastern Cape in South Africa this year. Our system is a solar-powered container-based insect farm that uses hydroponics inside and fertilizer production, youth empowerment. Food waste is collected and is fed to insects inside the bioloop system. In just 10 days, a frass is collected and used in the hydroponic system to plant the crops. The crops are monitored via sensors using an app. Our model is built around inclusivity, sustainability, empowerment. It supports SDG 2, 8, 12, and 13, Africa's Union Goal 1, 3, and 7. We are targeting local market, commercial buyers, agro-processors, as well as the market is strong opportunity with 560 million. We generate income through various streams, such as the sales of vegetables, fertilizer production, and franchising of this bioloop system. Our milestone, we've been a runner-up in Africa Student Innovation Challenge, whereby we won funded to start to work on our system. Our competitors, what set us apart from our competitors is that we are building a fair, scalable, container-based insect farm in South Africa, which is circular and it can be deployed anywhere in the country. We are seeking for 1 million seed funding or strategic partners to launch our bioloop system. Our financial projections are as follows. By the end of year 2026, we are aiming to generate a revenue of 150,000 rand with a profit margin of 30%. Our potential, in fact, we can divert food waste by 80%, potential to create jobs along to provide organic fertilizer for farmers. We can also empower economies by employing more youth. Our marketing strategies are as follows. We use social media marketing strategies, brand marketing, as well as farmer showcase. The team is led by myself. My name is Sandagahle Sivungu. The team consists of young entrepreneurs, developers, as farmers, which work together in the farm. At Batipule Bioloop Africa Farm, we believe that if we can work together, we can change the world. Thank you.
I can jump in first. Thank you so much. Well done. Amazing solution. Your 3 minutes is very short to go through something like this. Would you mind going back to your slide that shows us your modular solution and just explain a little bit more about kind of inputs and outputs and how the system flows? Yeah, this one.
Oh, okay. So what is happening, we collect food waste from homes, farms, schools, and restaurants. Then we feed this food waste to insects which we are calling black spider fly as well as Demetrius beetles inside a container base. Just in 10 days, this food is decomposed and is turned into a frass. This frass, we use a serving system whereby we're going to serve and collect the frass, we convert it into this fertilizer. Then after that, we use it in the hydroponic system. The bioloop which we are building is having plants grow racks, which we are going to use this fertilizer inside of it. Then we use sensors, the DHT2 sensors, and use a Raspberry AI platform to monitor the plant's growth and everything inside the bioloop system. So that's how the process.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll pass over.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Of course, when you mentioned solar, you touched me in my studio. And so just and that component, I mean, why particularly the integration of solar technology here? And would that be a hybrid system? Because I'm assuming this is located in remote areas where you might not necessarily have a connection to electricity. Just a little bit more on that solution, and then how do you then plan to have experts assisting you? Because I didn't see an expert in energy on your team.
Oh, okay. In terms of that, this bioloop system, since we are using a solar-powered system, so it's a modular one. So we want it to be deployed in rural areas and everywhere where they are struggling with connection of electricity and everything. So this bioloop, the loop system. Sorry, I didn't get your question. Can you please rephrase it again?
Yeah. Why did you particularly decide that solar power would be beneficial for the solution?
Oh, okay. We chose that because South Africa, if you notice, the weather conditions here in the country are very extreme. You find that it's very hot. So with solar system, we are able to observe the heat so that the system at night, it can work through the solar system instead of waiting for the power in the next day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Or with the team that is, we do have advisors in the energy spaces in my institution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sandayashe. How is the competition around your type of business, and how have you analyzed it, and how do you think you're coming out?
Oh, okay. So what the competition, the competitors which we are having, there are two which we are known of, which is the farm village as well as urban smart. So what sets us apart from them is that for us, we are building a bioloop, which we also are producing our own fertilizer using two different insects, which is the black spider larvae as well as the Demetrius beetles. These insects, they can decompose this food waste in just 10 days. So with other competitors, they are using vermicompost and other different things. So they are not using a bioloop system whereby they can grow crops inside a monitored room. Thank you.
What is the category for selecting a site that it is suitable for the container?
So the container, since I mentioned that the container is modular and mobile, it can be deployed anywhere, even in hard conditions, because we are trying to fight this issue of using a traditional farming, whereby now when there's floods, all the crops dies. With this system, we can produce 1,000 crops without having to have many crops which are being lost. So it can be deployed anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you for that. If you are doing what you know, I would just say, remember, clarity is ideal. Not everyone knows specifics. Just be clear, as if we're kids. Do you know who's next? Perfect. Let's give it a round of applause. Oh, we met him, man. Look at that. Yeah.
right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly an honor for me to be presenting this solution to you guys. My name is Bafukeng Mufukeng. E-waste can be described as discarded electronic or electrical equipment that is powered by electricity or batteries. On top of that, on average, me and you produce 6 to 7 kilograms of e-waste annually. To add on to the problem, data management and data collection is a glaring issue within the sector, and this affects corporates on reaching their sustainable goals, or rather proving their sustainable goals, recyclers in operating effectively with ineffective data, and the informal sector stays disenfranchised. Vama Holdings comes with 2 solutions for this. Our enterprise solution will help in the collection of the data with automated sorting, and it will provide the corporates with auditable data in achieving their ESG goals. The Vision app will be when somebody takes a picture of whatever e-waste they have within the house. It will give them an estimate of what that would be worth, and it'll give them access to a network of recyclers that they have access to. And you can be paid in Momo. Hear me out, guys. Ba Momo. E-waste is a big market, and statistics say that it is going to grow. When talking about our traction, it's hard to speak about this as a startup without speaking about our journey. We were founded just 1 year ago, and we had an interest in industrial intelligence and automated PPE monitoring. That got us comfortable with using the technology that we feel would be really good in the solution. Our revenue streams will come as a subscription model. So corporates will be subscribed, they will get access to our platform, which would give them access to the data. The plants will have access to the technology, which would make them even more attractive to getting big corporate clients. And we'll be getting a percentage of each, a percentage from each transaction done on the app. We're narrowing the market to Gauteng and Western Cape because of the sophisticated e-waste network and the fact that they produce the most waste. This will be the best in producing our pilot. Our competition producers give their solutions don't have everything in one, while we have everything in one. Everybody loves a one-stop shop. Our strategy depends on which platform you're going to be talking about. With the enterprise platform, we'll be engaging directly with stakeholders, and with the public, we'll be targeting them on social media. And it's a 2-man team. I've got a guy, KG, he's great on the technical level. He produces most of the development and AI modeling, and me, who runs the company. In producing our pilot, we need about 250 to just get everything gone with regards to equipment, expansion, and R&D. Future looks great. We'll be launching the pilots and collaborating with Gauteng's Indalo. Thank you for your time.
So you spoke about a network of recyclers. What does that look like? And we know one of the reasons, that waste isn't recycled is ease of access or ease of recycling. So if you can just tell us a bit more about your network and how difficult it's going to be for people to access your sites.
Yeah, this was something that we thought about, especially when structuring this platform, because we're gonna be working from the big corporates as well as the recyclers, and we understood that we can't charge the same prices to the corporates as we would the e-waste people. So this will be like the people that are using our platform will be the network from which we are going to be directing the people that are using the platform. So overall, it will result in a larger intake due to the public participation.
Okay, so you collect directly from your clients and then take it to the e-waste recyclers.
The e-waste we will have a network with the e-waste recyclers.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lovely presentation. So big corporates usually are looking for more value in the data itself. So for example, when it comes to waste, you also want to measure, the equivalent to carbon emission reduction based on, you know, the new sustainability initiative, will the app be able to also, you know, give those kind of outputs and values to their clients?
Yes,
Yeah.
when developing the model, we're going to take all of these into consideration. Not only are we going to be looking at the material from a visual perspective, but we're going to be integrated within each part of dismantling and sorting of the thing. So at the end, if you have 30 motherboards, it may result in this many kgs of copper and this many kgs of lithium. And then that will be something that we can communicate to the corporate clients, as well as convert that into the carbon emissions that are diverted.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for this great presentation. So in terms of your consumer go-to-market strategy, I see you had the app. That's quite exciting, something I haven't seen in the market. How do you plan to tackle it? Obviously, you need to download the app, but how do you incentivize the household to want to use it? I mean, obviously, there's a few hundred rand that you showed in your app and stuff.
Yeah,
and then collection as well. How do you get that to a central point?
The financial incentive is the one that's going to be driving this the most. So not only are people going to be motivated to recycle whatever's in the house, but it could be a community effort, and in the long term, maybe sustainable income in getting people inside the circular economy instead of just the business people. So we're going to be targeting it. Hopefully the app is going to be something in which we can educate the public on what's what, and, you know, USSD, social media marketing, and making a sort of marketplace and ecosystem within it. I think it could be something that could grow.
Great stuff, thanks.
Ibamo, I just want to find out something. Have you got vehicles yourself, or what arrangements have you done for the collection? And if I can just double up, I want to look at the expenses side. The 250,000, are you going to use that for the development of the app, or what are the, let me see that better.
So just to explain, it's mainly in the development of a pilot. Okay. Right now we're still in the ideation, but the technology, we're familiar with it. So this would be a pilot that we could launch at 1 or 2 plants within the province to get initial data that we can then work on improving. Especially with the app, we know that the pictures that all the clients are going to be taking is going to help in improving the model. As we get thousands of images, hopefully, that'll make it better. So it's mainly equipment, and the R&D is especially important for getting the model to work well on South African data.
Okay, and after that you're going to go for funding to scale the business?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was Bafokeng Mofokeng. I like saying this, you know. Just Bafokeng Mofokeng. Well done. Up next, we're going to have Gift. I also love saying this because it's my name. A round of applause for Gift. All the best, man.
Morning, everyone. Now, imagine this. Imagine you are a farmer in a rural village. Your soil feels dry. You have pests threatening your crops, and you don't know when to harvest. And technology seems complicated, and even if you wanted to use it, it's inaccessible in rural areas because of the network connectivity issues. Now, this is a reality faced by over 2.1 million farmers, small-scale farmers across South Africa, including myself. I'm also a farmer, so we also face this kind of problem. Now, imagine a solution that is very easy for you to use, that doesn't need for you to download an app. It just uses IoT sensors to send messages to your WhatsApp to tell you which kind of crops you need to plant for which kind of soil. Because of in rural areas, we have a problem of not being able to access soil testing labs. Now, this solution, we are planning to market it to over 2.1 farmers nationally, which is, sorry, we are planning to offer this system and product to 2.1 farmers nationally and to 9,000 farmers in Mpumalanga province, which is the province where I come from, and 9,400 farmers which are realistically reachable within the next 3 to 5 years. This system is going to be convenient because of most of the people who are involved in agriculture where I come from are also old people. So old people don't have time to and don't understand technology to download apps, because of we have other companies in the market who offer this kind of services, but their systems are complicated. You need to download an app, which is a bit difficult for old people. So the team is made out of me, the director and founder, also Edward Nkosi, who's also a farmer. And we aim to break even at year 2. And we plan to build our revenue or get our revenue from offering subscription fees from these IoT sensors and also a QR tracking system which tracks your crops, that when do you expect to harvest them.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Lovely, lovely attempt. So if it's a subscription-based revenue model and you are targeting old people, right? So old people are in pension, right? And so what is then your pricing to ensure that that pricing will still be affordable for the targeted people?
So the pricing, we are planning to price it between 250 rands and 300 rands per month. And what's lovely is because of old people where I come from, they group themselves into cooperatives. So they won't be buying this thing individually or paying for it individually. So they group themselves into maybe 5 or 6 groups of farmers. So they can pay for it collectively. And after paying for it, we can be able to go and put in these sensors on the ground for them so that they can also get access to this technology. Because we plan to implement this. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Ne? So this system works in this way. Ne? We put IoT sensors on the ground. These IoT sensors on the ground, we plan to code them so that we can interlink them with WhatsApp, so that it can send messages and alert you that, okay, your soil is dry right now, you can go and irrigate your soil. You understand? And that helps because of people will be able to save water. They will not over irrigate their crops. I thank you.
Thank you for that. So if WhatsApp is the targeted platform and we understand there's usually connectivity issues in the areas where the farming happens, what is the other alternative to ensure that the information from the reporting of the system gets to the end users when there's connectivity challenges?
The sensors that we're hoping to use, they don't want a high network connectivity. Even with low network connectivity, they can function. So sometimes, because of, it's not like we don't have network at all, but sometimes network is there, it goes maybe away for 2 hours and it comes back. So even if it can go away for 2 hours, when it comes back, the moment it gets connectivity, it will send those messages to you.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Pafo. These sensors, have you identified them? Have you piloted them Do they work very well?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is still an idea. So, but we've identified the sensors, we've done our research. We've identified them and we've seen that, okay, there are other people who have also done this. And there's also this kind of sensors, we can find them in the market, you can buy them in agri-technology stores. So they are available.
And the sensors will measure, so obviously water and so on. Do they measure nutrients in the soil? You mentioned in the beginning,
Yes.
it really.
Nutrients, and they can also measure the kind of weather that you are having. Maybe it's too hot, maybe there'll be too much rain. So it can be also able to tell you, because of sometimes the problems that we face as farmers, with the inaccessibility of soil testing labs, you don't know which kind of crops to plant sometimes, So with this kind of system, these sensors will be able to tell you that, okay, this maybe it's a dry season, so it's good for you to plant this kind of crops. They are good for this kind of climate.
I think that's an incredible solution. Where will you be drawing? How will they get the information, though, on what crops to plant there? Like, is this a two-way communication, basically, on the WhatsApp?
We are going to program it so that it can automatically alert you without you going and asking it.
Okay, so they'll get that notification on their WhatsApp as well around the ideal crops for that environment.
So because of it's also still an idea, going forward, we are planning to add a tech guy who can help us program this thing, because I have a background in farming. I'm not a tech guy.
Okay, amazing. Just one last point. I think you have a real opportunity with your data here and how you collect data from those farmers. I'm not sure if you're intending to do that, but I think it's an incredible opportunity. We know with climate change that we're going to see some unpredictable sort of effects on our food production and so on. And so being able to collect data from the farmers who are using your sensors, I think will be an incredible addition to your business. Well done.
So that was Gift. I want to just mention something quickly. I really liked what he did. He says, I'm actually nervous. And I think he became a bit better after that, So well done for that. We are now going to go to the last person for the pitch. And then immediately after the judges finish pitching, I'll just come here just to say 3 minutes, 5 minutes, another break, right? Water, the loo, bathroom, then we come back. Yep. A round of applause now for Kabelo. All the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Kabelo Maketa, presenting to you all OWA Eco Solutions, brought to you by OWA Dwellers. There's an excessive paper waste generated by South African mice industry, and corporate branding, it remains a major challenge in this specific aspect. And there's a decline of indigenous and endangered plant species due to urbanization and climate change. And corporates are pressured to comply with ESG reporting but lack accessible solutions. At OWA Dwellers, we bring to you a solution. A solution is a plantable seed business card made from recycled paper, and it has a seed inside of it that is protected with a biodegradable NFC for optimal germination. And the second solution to that is that the embedded NFC and QR code technology, it enables our customers to have a digital profiles and a paper reduction. And we have a geotagging. This is for small enterprises or big enterprises, because often companies want to know how far did their products go into. So meaning when you scan on our QR codes, as a company, you get data. If you're in Gauteng and somebody scans a QR code in Limpopo, you get to see the demographic of where the QR code is scanned. And the mice industry, there's over 1,000 plus events that are hosted. We are from the G20 recently. It was one of the biggest conferences ever in South Africa. So you could tell how many paper waste was generated through those specific initiatives. For 50 units of our plantable NFC and QR code business cards, we charge $350. And for our artistic custom corporate branding kits that are 50 units, it costs 3,500 rand. At OWA Eco Solution, we turn paper waste into plantable, tech-enabled business cards, combining NFC, QR code interactivity with sustainable climate smart communication. What we've done, we took out a survey to 1,000 plus entrepreneurs, and 100 of them responded and said they have interest in our product, and 90% of them says that. And we intend to partner with Convention Bureau of South Africa and the Blaze, the Sanctuary for Autism Education and Support Center in the Bloemfontein. And ladies and gentlemen, we serve B2B and B2C as well. And our size, we have to be realistic. We want to capture quarter of the market by the end of 2026. And our competitive advantage is that we are unlike traditional business cards. Ours have technology inside of them, and it also offers a digital card app space and eco paper producers. And what makes us different is that we integrate technology in our business cards. And ladies and gentlemen, our marketing strategy includes corporate partnership, pop-up and events, online digital spaces, and many more. And in the team is myself from the design. I have a graphic design background. We have Nomo Abus who has honors in mechanical engineering, and many of our members as well. And we are seeking 250,000, and we are hoping we are anticipating a profit of 18,400 rand by the end of next year. And our milestones is that we have a working platform in place that generates QR codes, and we are able to track down to code the NFC systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this plantable business card. Now, is how many? So who is this targeted to? Is it targeted to a domestic user? Is this targeted at a commercial scale? And if so, how many business cards do I need to plant for 1 hectare?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the question. So we have the B2B for the mice industry, and for conference, people that have conferences, this will be the offering of corporate branding. Let me go back to the product offering. You'll see that the statistic custom corporate branding kits, right? So this is you as somebody who's hosting a conference saying that I want to give out lanyards, I want to give out papers, programs, and all of that, right? But the concern is that paper is paper waste, right? So the goal for us is that every person that has a lanyard, when they get home, they can take that lanyard and plant it. And then from that, a plant can germinate, right? But far and beyond, you get to capture the program on the lanyard. You get to capture the details of your company on your lanyard. You get to capture any information about your specific event on the lanyard. Why do you do that? You do that because whenever somebody's at home, they want to know what did they go to the event for, because sometimes you easily forget, right? So yeah, that's for the B2B. And then for B2C would be the plantable NFC and QR code business cards that will go for small business holders, professionals, people that just want to have business cards, but they know that they are eco-conscious. They want to, whenever they give out a business card, somebody can just plant it. So the main aim is that we've checked the lifespan of business cards, is that it just goes into your wallet and then goes into the dustbin, right? But if ever there's a seed inside of it and there's technology integration of it, there's value to it, meaning that we preserve endangered species of plants as well. So you could see that there's value into the business card as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for a lovely presentation. So I think this is just more than about the business card, as I see it. It's about data collection. So, for example, if In Pursuit were to run an event and we give out these business cards, it would be ideal for me to then track how far the attendees of our events come from, so we can map the footprint and also then be able to map, the carbon footprint in that manner as well. And so I think there is potential in seeing it that way, rather than obviously competing at just the physical product itself, because obviously the future is data currency as well. Have you considered that?
Yes, ma'am, and thank you so much. You give it more clarity. I was trying to put it that way, but you gave it more clarity, and that's what we are aiming to do actually. Hence, when I said if ever I come from Johannesburg, then whenever you are in Limpopo and you scan it, as a company, I get that data that hey, Kabelo, I scanned my thing in Limpopo.
So the other part I'm curious about, what is the rate of the actual seeds becoming plants? And what happens if I don't put the card on the ground and it stays in my drawer? does it then start germinating from the drawer?
So the NFC chip, it has plastic. It has a mini plastic onto it. The main aim, that's why we integrate NFC, is to preserve so that the seed doesn't get English word. It doesn't get to depreciate, because the more you put seed outside and it catches more air, then it will become hard and it can no longer plant it in the future. So it's if ever you just put it in your drawer and then you want to plant it in the near future, it will still be preserved because of the NFC plastic.
I'm so sorry. What is NFC?
Oh, so NFC it's a technology where every smartphone has an NFC, right? Every smartphone has a QR code, right? So NFC is a silent technology whereby when you bring your cell phone closer to it, there's a pop-up that you receive on your cell phone that gives out data from that specific NFC.
So the seed is within the plastic, which makes...
So it's the paper, and then the seed is in the paper, right?
Yeah.
And then the NFC is put on top of where the seed is placed.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very, very well done. That was our first half. I was actually I checked, I have a ticket, what do you call, a business card in my, so, maybe it would have been nice to put this somewhere on the ground to grow a tree or something. We're going to take a quick break, 3 to 5 minutes, and then we're going to be back to go on to the second part of our pitch. And then I'm going to just mention the entrepreneurs that are going to go. We have Nontlantla, Cynthia, going after. We have Wendile Pufu. We have Toza Mile. Please forgive my pronunciation. I'm Bedi, you see. So Zulu words are very, we have Toza Mile, right? And then Sipo. Thank you very much. 3 minutes. So we're gonna just before we go into the second. Don't rush me. I said second, right? I just said, and then everyone second part of the presentation. We are going to just play a small video of the workshops that they did last year, right? Again, to the first entrepreneurs, really well done. I think the nerves will get to you. Listen, you're human, right? But I like what Gift did. He acknowledged it. If you do that, it helps, right? So let's continue with that. Before we do, we're going to play a quick video of the workshops that they did, and this is what you guys could also look forward to. And then immediately after that, we're going to go into the second part of the pitches. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, it looks super fun. It looks amazing. I'm just seeing you guys some like next celebrities in South Africa are loading. I'm gonna call the list again. It's gonna be Nonhlanhla Cynthia. It's gonna be Wandile Mpufu, Tozamile, and Sipho. Right? So, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome Nonhlanhla.
Hi, everyone. Does my 3 minutes start now? Reimagine a product that reduces environmental impact while simultaneously catering for the health industry. Greetings, everyone. My name is Nonhlanhla Mhlongo. I'm a founder of a startup called Kwezi Innovations, and we are working on innovation that promotes green living. Sorry. So the problem that we identified was a problem of plastic pollution that is caused by latex gloves that are being dumped on land and they end up in rivers and oceans. And our solution was to develop a biodegradable 2-in-1 hand glove sanitizer that you apply in your hands and it stays effective for an hour. The glove is peelable and it dissolves in water within a few minutes, leaving no waste behind. Unlike latex gloves that takes years to decompose, and while they degrade, they release the main greenhouse gases that contribute to climate change. So it's still like a gel hand sanitizer that you apply in your hands and it stays effective for an hour. After an hour, it changes color to blue as an indication that it's now ineffective. You need to peel off, wash your hands and reapply. So just to put the tag in the product, I got asked a question when I was pitching the other time that we don't have the same size of hands. So how do you know that you are distributing the same amount of a hand sanitizer? So we decided to start working on a dispenser that is a sensor. So you put your hand there and then it measures your hands and then it distributes the same amount of a hand sanitizer that it is enough for your hands so that we don't waste and you don't like apply something that is less than what is required. So in terms of the market, when we did our market research, our main target market was the health industry. But since we are still a startup, working with government in South Africa is very difficult in terms of regulation and getting access. So we were advised to start with pharmacists because it's like direct speaking to them and then you can easily get access. So in terms of our value proposition, what makes us stand out is the fact that our product is a 2-in-1. So it acts as a sanitizer and a latex glove. It is peelable and it's made from organic ingredients that are easily accessible in Africa, which makes it sustainable and eco-friendly. So in terms of partnership, we had the Technology Innovation Agency that funded our technical feasibility study that was conducted by the Nelson Mandela University on the know-how to develop the products. We were part of the Investor Assistant Program that worked on our IP. They provided us with a pro bono patent attorney that worked on our IP. We worked with LemCam that developed our first MVP and tested it. And we did our user testing at the Science Forum South Africa last year when we exhibited. We got our first investment from Teka that paid for the prototype development and the testing. In terms of prototyping, we have 5 pharmacies right now who want to pilot our product. We also have a company from the UK that attended our exhibition and also want to pilot our product. In terms of the milestone, we finalize our MVP right now, and then we're just fundraising to get to the next stage of the testing. And our ask is of 200,000 USD to cover all of those things. This is the dream team. I have people that have been working on the health industry, understanding issues that healthcare practitioners actually have with latex glove and hand sanitizer. We also have an external team of expertise who are working on scientists and chemists who actually understand the background of what we're working on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lovely. Well done. And when do you expect to get this into market?
Sorry?
When do you expect to get this product into market?
When do I expect
Yes.
to? Right now it's finalized. It just needs to go through 3 laboratory testing, which is to see if it's effective enough, the dermatological, since it's working with the skin, the material testing laboratory to see if it's elastic enough and if it lasts for that hour. So now we are fundraising to get the funds to finalize the testing. So it can get to the market as soon as next week, next month, as soon as we have the funds to actually fund
Okay,
our
last
testing.
question. Thank you so much. Great. And what is your expectation of what you can make in the market in the first 3 years?
Expectation in terms of
Revenue, sorry.
Okay. We right now on our projection and estimations, we are looking into raising about 300,000 USD within annum, but then it's still like we just want to get to a market. Then we'll find those financial projections there.
For the auto dispenser, I'm thinking the sizes of hands are not the same. So how will it know how much will be enough for my
that
daughter's hands and
dispenser-
my hands? Yeah.
Okay, that dispenser it's enough for a hand to sense your hand. so that when you put your hand there, it senses your hand. Now it knows the size of your hand because our hands are not the same. Then it distributes the same amount of a sanitizer that you need to avoid giving much or less. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And we don't have it yet, so the picture was just for demonstration.
So I know you just in the beginning of this journey, so yeah, answer as best as you can. But obviously latex gloves, because of the kind of lock-in of the plastics industry, are incredibly cheap. How long do you think it'll take you to achieve price parity so that your product is cheaper than someone just buying a latex glove?
I think in that aspect, we structure it in the fact that you with the latex glove, you wear a latex glove, you touch something or you work with a patient and you need to take it off. So the amount of gloves that you use within an hour are actually more expensive than applying our product that stays effective for the whole hour.
So the sanitizer is actually on the outside of the glove, so that you're looking at sort of killing all germs on the outside.
Yes.
Is that okay? Not to mess with your IP, but you said it was made with organic, available products. Can you you don't have to tell us what it is. But yeah, if you can give us a sense of sort of, is it a cellulose?
The basic ones are manuka honey, aloe vera, the rest is IP.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So what's your confidence level in terms of the tests?
Sorry?
So you're going through a set of tests right now, right?
Yes.
There's 3 tests. So what's your confidence level?
My
Once you've
confidence
yeah,
level.
yeah. What tests have you done to sort of gauge where we're going to land with these tests?
Since we're working with like different universities, they've tested it with the equipment that they have within the university.
Okay.
And then it gave like positive results.
Hmm.
But then right now with South Africa, we need to go through the South African Bureau of Standards and
Sure.
approval and all of those things. And then that one is a bit pricey.
Okay.
So with the test that we've done so far, it has been positive, but advanced tests that can allow our products to be on the market is something we cannot afford at the moment.
100%. Thanks.
Well done. That was pretty cool. Right, that was pretty cool. Wandile Mpufu, ladies and gentlemen.
Imagine small farmers in Motsepe in the Free State working on 2 or 3 hectares and depending on soil to feed their family. Now, imagine the same farmers earning extra income, not just from their crops, but from their carbon credits. Today, this is almost impossible. Most African farmers have no affordable way to measure their soil carbon, prove their climate impact, or access the carbon market. They're already doing the work, improving soil, restoring land, yet they are excluded from the carbon market. Carbon Smart Solution Africa is here to change that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wendy Lempofu, and I am the founder of Carbon Smart Solutions. We have built a system that makes verification simple. We combine 3 tools that work together: IoT soil sensors that measure soil carbon moistures directly in the field, drones that map the land quickly and accurately, an app that works offline, pulls everything together in a way farmers can easily understand. In Motsepa's pilot, farmers said it was the first time they could see their land data that could be trusted, and with farmers' carbon wallet, they can see how much carbon they are going to generate, what's verified, and what income they are expecting to be paid directly via the mobile money app. From carbon buyers, we provide transparent evidence from soil to carbon credit. Africa can lead the world in nature-based removal, but if we fix verification, Carbon Smart is ready to scale because our system was built for African realities. Low connectivity, small farmers, they need simple tools. Our pilot project in Motsepe and Malawi proves two things. Farmers want this. Adoption increases when technology is increased and trustworthy. No competitors combine sensors, drone, MRV farmers, friendly carbon wallets in one African first pipeline. With excess of 300,000 farmers, our current partners, we can generate strong revenue, improving soil health and increasing farmers' income. We are raising a 1.2 to 2.5 million to complete our MVP strength, our IoT done operations, and expand our pilots, including deeper rollouts. Deeper rollouts. We invite you to partner with us in building Africa's first end-to-end soil to credit platform, ensuring farmers earn more, grow smarter, and benefit their climate impact. Together, we can transform smallholder farmers, access carbon markets, and shape sustainability for Africa and agriculture. Sorry, I have to introduce my team. Sorry, I'm the founder and managing director of Carbon Smart Solutions. We have our operational manager, who is Ritumeti Tulu, and we have our soil scientist, Dr. Francis Zamunye, and we have our business developer, Martin Mutandwa. I'm so sorry, guys. I was also nervous.
Very well done. Starting at -10. I hope you're at a 10 now. It's an excellent presentation. I hope you feel better now that it's over. Quick question around the carbon markets itself. Are you planning to, so your company is collecting the data from smallholder farmers. Are you then planning to trade on the carbon market yourself, or carry on?
We already halfway through the registration.
Really?
Hence, we are seeking finances to complete building the app and to get more IoT devices and drones. But the project is already in its pilot phase.
Interesting. And how will you manage? There's often quite a time lapse between, verification. Well, the whole of verification takes forever, and then actual kind of pay out for those credits. How do you manage that time lapse with your farmers?
Okay, so with our company, we've introduced something called biochar, which we also do produce for ourselves. So that quickens up the process of building carbon credits. So instead of waiting for that 6 months period to see growth, we can actually see growth from 3 months going up. So just depending on how the field nutrients are, pH and everything like that. So if the soil is good, we can almost guarantee that within 3 months we can see productions of carbon credits.
Amazing. And just one quick comment. I think some of these this kind of solution does exist, but most of the time that's at a very large scale with commercial agriculture. And what I really love here is that you are allowing smallholder farmers access into this carbon market. And I think that's really great. Well done.
Excellent work. Yeah, how much are you looking for to get this thing off the ground?
I'm honestly looking for something. The actual number that we worked on with our team in order for us to be able to carry out the project to its full scale in the next 5 years, because we're not just looking at soil-based carbon credits. We're also looking into going to mining and oceans and stuff like that. We were initially looking for 5 million rand, but with this one, we are looking at 1.2 to 2.5 million. So this can last us for a span of 3 years, and with an expected revenue within the first 12 to 24 months. And how we'll be doing that, as I said, we'll be introducing other revenue like the biochar production, and as well as our app will also act as an MRV for verification. Before yesterday, I actually thought the last MRV was produced about 7 years ago. I just found out that Vera actually brought up a new MRV this last October. So we are hoping that our system will be the first, because it will be the first digital MRV.
Thank you. Lovely presentation, interesting solution as well. What is the value proposition to the farmers in terms of revenues?
Okay, so what my company we do is we carry out all the costs. The only thing that the farmers need it is the land itself. We provide them with free biochar, free soil testing, even our IoT devices, depending on how degraded the land is, they are given for free. But when we do take those carbon credits, we do a share-based on whatever share that we agree. If we agree 60-40, that's how we split it, because we are more trying to empower them and create this system that we can also possibly take to the market and possibly be the first verifying carbon credit company in Africa, because there isn't any.
Thank you.
Judges, I just need to appreciate you. You know, you've been so amazing with time. Thank you so much. No, you're helping me do my job better, you know? Thank you. I appreciate it. We're now going to have, also, I do hope that you are at a 10 now, okay? As they've said. So now we're going to have our next entrepreneur. You ready? Come through with it. Thokozani, ladies and gentlemen.
Day, everyone. So today I have one question for everyone in the room. Is that if you have been to any township in the last 6 months, please let me know. If you did not see an open area with no pollution, please let me know. If you did not see unemployed youth at the corner store, and please let me know that you've never seen a soup kitchen or a neighbor asking for fish oil. So this shows that townships are facing a crisis of pollution, youth unemployment, and hungry families. So this conversation is not about litter. It is about wasted youth potential and undervalued recyclable waste in our township communities. So what we have come up with as the Stone Age Group and SCASI Scrap and Waste is that we have come up with a lightweight mobile app. So we have come up with a lightweight mobile app and USSD line, which is accessible to everyone, whether you are technologically advanced or whether you are digitally illiterate. So let me break it down to you. So you request for a waste pickup, and then one of our waste recyclers will come through to your home, and then they will pick up the waste. And then both of you will get paid via points, which can be redeemable via airtime, vouchers, or cash, hopefully via MTN and NetBank platforms. So in this way, we are creating a circular digital economy while ensuring that we are keeping our communities clean. So our revenue streams is that we are looking to aim at business-to-business contracts. We are looking for low-cost SME subscriptions and the resale of the sorted waste. So we also have our social impact program, which is called the Kasi Scrap Swap. So on the Kasi Scrap Swap, the communities can redeem their endpoints for food parcels. So we are looking to partner with community initiatives such as your community halls, which is entities of the city of Johannesburg, and your Soweto Tourism Attractions, Soweto Tourism Association, so that when people come visit our country, they can be knowledgeable and educated about this revolutionary app and system that we have created. So my name is Tozamile Lije, founder of the Stone Age Group in Kasi Scrap and Waste. So I have over 7 years experience in sales, marketing, and also lead generation with major corporations that are JSE listed and multi-billion rand companies. So we are seeking just the amount of 90,000 rand, 40,000 which will be used to create the entry-level app which will be launched on Google Play Store for our first 10,000 users who want to turn waste into wealth. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. So just wanted to ask around logistics. So you're going to collect at the household level, and that's recyclable waste. So how will you manage, are you envisioning that through trucks, cars? How will you manage your logistics network?
Okay, so currently we will start small with a van and a trailer. And then as we go by, we are looking to scale up to larger trucks, such as your Code 14 trucks.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would require there'll be an economy in scale, right? So you would need to have a lot of pickup points within a close distance for it not to cost you too much in the logistics.
Yes.
Yeah. And then this might be a bit of a tricky question, sorry, but in South Africa, we know that 80 to 90% of our recyclables are already collected through our waste pickers. There's an enormous informal network. How will your business interact with that informal system?
Okay, so the informal waste system is actually one of our biggest targets. So in this way, we are looking to formalize the informal waste pickers because we know that usually they are getting paid in cash. So when they get paid via a digital platform, at least they have a footprint. So this money which they'll be receiving via their mobile apps or via their net bank accounts, hopefully, they can actually build a credit score or an actual credit record. So we are actually looking to formalize the informal sector as well.
Thank you.
So you're basically looking, Babaliche, at setting up buyback centers.
In the longer term, yes, we are looking for buyback centers. But for now, what we are aiming is just waste collection and resale of that waste at a higher price. So if we collect, let's say we collect 1 kg and 1 kg of tin costs you 5 rand. So we take 70% and give you 30% worth of points. So that will be around 1.50 rand which we'll be receiving. So that's how we actually accumulate and that's how we make profits from the resources collected from the households.
So, okay, super. And so far, are you looking at investing into scales and all the other tools?
So we are looking into investing into industrial skills, ones which will be mobile, whereby on those industrial skills, when we collect at your home, we actually write down how much waste you've provided. So after a year, it's actually data that we've collected, and then we can actually also provide data analytics as to how much waste you have saved along the 6 months or along the year which you have been with us. So yes, we are looking to invest in things such as your scales, your shredders, and your balers as well to maximize profit.
If my fellow judges don't mind, one more question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Someone asked how you're going to work with current the trolley guys.
Yes, sir.
Now, I just want to find out how you're going to work out the price differential so that you remain competitive. Are you going to offer them as your target more than what they're currently being offered elsewhere?
Okay, that's quite a tricky question. Okay, with the informal waste guys, so we know that they are quite a hard nut to crack. So with them, what we are looking to propose this what we call economic inclusion, whereby we offer them this opportunity for them that when they go to banks and look for loans, they can actually qualify and make this a source of income for them, which is illegitimate and trackable. So that's how we are looking to intertwine with them.
So where does the waste collected go?
Okay, so the waste collected goes, we have a collection site which we have organized with our local municipal council. So they've allowed us just to collect the waste and store it there so that when we have enough waste to take it to the actual buyback centers such as your impact and so forth, we can actually collect from one standard place, which is ours, and then we transfer to other buyback centers. So to break it down, basically we collect from households and then we take it to our own storage center. And then from our own storage center, we take it to buyback centers for resales.
I mean, I understand that's the traditional ecosystem when it comes to waste management, but I just want to plant an idea to think bigger. You know, in the energy space, there's waste to energy. While the buyback centers can be your targets, it's also worth a shot. You know, getting in touch with innovators in the waste to energy space, and saying, listen, tell us the kind of waste that you are looking for, and start collecting waste for sophisticated reasons as well for energy generation. And I think it's something that I would like to just put across in terms of now starting to think about solving for more sophisticated issues with, the simple ecosystems that are already in place. Is that something that you can look into?
Thank you very much for that suggestion. It's something that I will definitely be looking into and hopefully venturing into as well, just to be able to create more sustainable and greener ways for our township communities.
Tozamile. Brother, I must apologize. I got your name bit wrong. It's not a good thing. So I must improve. But this one I can get. There's 3 gifts today. That's how blessed you guys are. There's gift 1, gift 2, and Sipo. So we're good today. Sipo is up next. I just remember to use this, right? Because you guys get here, don't take us through the journey. Sipo, offer to you. All the best here.
Perfect. Okay, yeah. Now I'm ready, ne? Oh, started. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sipo Fortune Mukwebane, and I'm going to be presenting the central marketing system. So food waste and food insecurity has left millions of people in poverty. I'm talking about 50% of the food surplus wasted in South Africa comes from the agricultural sector only. Not only that, but it results in the rising cost of food and food insecurity. While billions of rands are being wasted, literally wasted, many people are still living below the poverty lines. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it gives us problems like hunger and social inequality. Not only that, it also goes as far as introducing food waste and environmental damage. Okay, but relax about that because we have come up with a solution. With a computing background, this is what we have, an idea as known as sustainable food networking, whereby we focus on affordable transaction model and a circular economy partnership through collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, we are willing to turn waste into value by through integrating surplus into food security. Digital distribution platform by building a transparent green tech. It won't be a green tech without social, environmental, and economic benefits. That's why we are focusing on reducing food waste, lower carbon emissions, promote circular economy, and improve food security. Now, our business model looks beautiful in a way that we are having a strong revenue stream of subscription of 45%. And we are, of course, planning to charge 5 to 9% per distribution for pricing. Our unique selling proposition is based on a green tech backbone. On your right, you can see a screenshot of our solution, a prototype. The market is massive, beautiful, gorgeous, in a way that the food waste in South Africa is close to 10 million tons.
which is of a value of 61 billion rand. That's a lot of zeros, ladies and gentlemen. To the point where the social demand is 13.8 million South Africans who are hungry. The economic opportunity is wonderful. Our competitors would pray and wish to be us because we offer a green tech emphasis that its core focus is on waste reduction and that it is technologically integrated. Our go-to market, of course, is on farmers and other producers. But not only that, we are more focused on farmers associations and agricultural exhibitions. Now let's talk about money. My favorite topic, right? We need a funding of around 750,000 rand. 40% of that is going to development. And a return of investment of 150%. Trust me, you have it. Of course, right now, we are building a prototype, as you have seen the previous slide. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, the handsome man on the right, on the left is me, right? Thank you very much for the opportunity that you have given me. With those words, I would like to say, food waste from surplus should not be the reason why our children, grandmothers, and women go to sleep hungry. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me to launch this wonderful platform to save our people. I thank you very much. Now I'm ready for the hard questions, right? I hope you have the easy ones. Yes.
Can you explain what you're selling?
What we are selling? Okay. Let me go back, right? What we are selling is a platform, a system that connects businesses together. Now, let me give you a clue, right? Think about a farmer in Eastern Cape who has produced massively so many maize, but yet there's a shortage of maize in Limpopo. But now people in Limpopo will have to pay extra money because they don't have that. Sometimes the food in Eastern Cape will spoil, resulting to landfills. But now what we are offering here is that we are able to connect these systems together so that a company in Limpopo can easily identify a surplus in the economy. And by identifying this surplus in the economy, that person is able to say, you know what, there's extra food in Eastern Cape or there's extra food in Northwest. Let me buy from them.
Okay, amazing. And then what about the logistics of traveling between those two places?
Yes. Now the logistic here is we involve what known as logistic partnerships. Okay. These ones can happen through negotiations as companies have identified each other. If a company like, let me make example. I want to have a farm, by the way. Mkhwebane farmer. Mkhwebane farmer has extra maize. And then a company in Eastern Cape, whose name they say Leroy maize miller. So what happens here is that if Leroy maize miller has organized a logistic, then I can send the food there.
Absolutely. And I imagine, just for clarity, that you'll be looking at kind of bigger scale, like quite a lot of tonnage to make this possible, this model.
Now, interesting, because right now we have developed our prototype. Our prototype is divided into three, right? We have local, where we focus only on the city. We have provincial, where we focus on the, right? And then national. Of course, the 750,000 rand funding is more focused on the provincial. So that's how we're going to work. So it's cheaper to launch it locally. I can do this tomorrow if I can. But to launch it provincially and nationally, now I think someone had to be bankrupt for that.
Of course.
Okay. So the prototype are there to ensure that we have a user interface, right? But now this is how we want to deploy it. This is the technique here. The technique that, with my background in computing, I've realized that there are people who are very skeptical about downloading apps. So therefore, this is just a prototype to show people how it's going to work. But now people can say, you know what, fine guys, I want to have a website. The person can access the software through the website. Can access the system through the website. And other people can also can download the application and use it. So to build this prototype, we use Qt Creator or Qt Creator, but there are many platforms, right? We can use Flutter, we can use what this expensive one that I know most of you would pay for it. Okay, yeah, I will remember it soon. But there are many platforms that we can use to to be able to deploy it. Yes.
So, Mr. Handsome,
Yes.
does your system allow some auction to take place?
Auction to take place. Now let me show you that part. Where is that beautiful part? You see this part where the buyers and the orders, right? Now when someone, let's say a user buys there, you can see the buyer option. They bought something, right? But now what if there are 100 buyers who want to buy from you? Those 100 buyers will appear on the section that says buyers there. Where the company will choose Masketeller who they want to sell it to. Maybe they want to sell it to someone who has more money, but if its competition is good, they will appear there. And beneath the buyers, you have your orders, because a company has to buy something, right? And your orders will appear right there. Yes, ma'am.
What is the driving social impact principles behind the work?
Behind the work.
Mhm.
Okay, now think about this. When you don't sell your crops, where do they go? To the landfill. Right. So when they go to the landfill, this causes people who needed those crops to be hungry. And when those people are hungry, they face what known as food insecurity. And those food insecurities are resulted because we have wasted our surplus. So now if we can manage our surplus properly, we can prevent those social inequalities. Because now, take for example, your neighbor is eating burger, but when now you could have bought some maize somewhere, all of a sudden, there's no maize in the economy. Because of what? There's no maize in Gauteng. Why? Because someone in Eastern Cape does not know that you need maize. But the system makes it possible for someone in Eastern Cape to identify that Usipo needs maize or needs cabbage, while the neighbor is eating a burger or something.
Have you thought about a network for agents to then subscribe, or they can be preferred agents who can then start identifying sources of surplus, so that those can also have earnings, and then they can earn from you, and they can also have others that help them identify the sources of surplus?
Okay.
Yeah.
So those agents came to existence because the idea came into existence because of one thing. Most farmers are located in rural areas where there's no internet to access the system. So now someone has to get to them and say, you know what, guys, here's a system. Call me when there's more of this. So therefore I can provide services for you. Those agents won't be deployed all over the country like Gauteng, Western Cape, because the internet connectivity in Gauteng is much better compared to other provinces where there are a lot of rural areas. Right.
A little bit over time now.
Really?
But thank you so much, Sipo.
I was enjoying the questions.
Really, really well done. Thank you. Yeah. You can, Sipo can talk, huh? I have 3 words for you: beautiful, wonderful, gorgeous. Just like that, we are done. Can you imagine? A huge shout out to the entrepreneurs. I think it's some really exciting stuff. And a huge thank you to my judges. You guys did amazing. Usually I have to come in several times, but I only came with Sipo because, he's a wonderful man. But thank you. I think your time was just perfect on spot. What we're going to do now is we're going to let the judges do their thing, make the tough decision. And I'm going to ask us not to leave the auditorium because I want to show you something. Maluto mentioned AI music stuff, right? So I'm going to take you through the journey of what that looks like. And then we're going to, please be excused if you need to. Thank you very much. And then we're gonna come back, right? And I am going to ask all of our entrepreneurs, thank you, all of our entrepreneurs to come on stage. We're gonna do a few pictures, and then, yeah, the big moment will be here where we announce the top three 2025 South African Pachi Panda Challenge winners. Oh, I'm excited for that. So, I don't know if you can see my screen. Maybe not. So while I do this, right, let me quickly take you through the journey. I have about less than 30 minutes to kind of do this. Firstly, I come here with gifts. Excuse the pun. I actually have 4 gifts that I'm gonna give, not the awards. I'm talking about us, general. So I have 4 gifts. One is very valuable, right? The second one is sort of valuable, and then there's 2 identical gifts. There we go. There we go. You see now. Perfect. So what I'm going to do quickly is I'm just going to show you, what AI can do, and it's actually something that we've done. And the reason I mentioned the gifts is because I'm going to award participation. So, no, I mean, yeah, but I mean, maybe you could, because what I want to do is it's Friday, guys. I'm trying to loosen the mood up, to also let the nerves down for the entrepreneurs. So I'll ask a few questions. I will ask if you are happy enough, if you are confident enough to come here, maybe show us a few dance moves. And then I have 4 gifts that I'm gonna, or let's call them awards, that I'm gonna give, right? AI in music, AI in the creative space, massive, massive industry. In fact, what you're seeing here is a song creation process I did. I'll explain in a bit. But in fact, it is projected that Africa is going to be home to more young people than any other place in the world in the next coming 3 to 5 years, right? What we are seeing is the boom of the African creative economy, right? There's a lot of things now. Is it connected to the internet? Let's see. So what we're seeing is, there's a lot of creative. I don't think it's connected to the internet. Yeah. I'm gonna just do this. It happens. It's live. Those tuning in, perfect timing. You've missed the best part of this day, which is hearing the entrepreneurs speak. But you are gonna see who has won. So perfect. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. No, it's all right. So what is interesting, as I was mentioning, is how AI is actually coming in and really changing the space. Having been in Massachusetts, really walking distance from Harvard, MIT, and being in those spaces, I've seen how much they've embraced AI and really how they've taken it to the next level. And where we are today, I feel like we're still at a very primary level where AI is actually critiqued instead of being implemented. A lot of organizations, big or small, don't have AI policies in place. They don't even understand the true return on investment on AI infrastructure. So I came and I created South Africa's first AI Amapiano album. I'm not going to play the album now. You can go ahead and watch it. It's actually, that's what it's called. You can play it. There's some really interesting songs here. Doing really well with no marketing budget, with no team. I'm at 200,000 streams in less than 2 months, right? But I'll tell you why this was the case. It is to showcase how easy it is for someone with no experience of music. I'm not an artist. I'm being called an artist now. I'm being called a DJ now. They don't even know where to put me because I created this in less than 4 days. If you think about the process of creating a song, you have beat, production, you have so much, and each of it needs specialization. There's someone who only does mastering, and that's what they have to do, right? Now, we have obviously seen several players in the market, like the likes of Suno and stuff like that. But what's quite interesting is a new kind of endeavor that I'm just testing out, and I'm testing how quickly this can adapt. So we call it Aura. This is our MVP. I'll show you the process of creating the song. I'll play you the songs. I went ahead and created the song just in the interest of time. It takes about 60 to 90 seconds to actually create the song, and I wouldn't have that time. So I have the songs downloaded here so that you hear it. And it's important that you understand why Aura was created, right? When I created the first album, I used a platform called Suno. Obviously, we know how AI works. It's you feed it data, you train it, it gives you output. Now, with these platforms, what I really want is to see African entrepreneurs actually creating African solutions. Over and over again, we are seeing AI-led companies coming into the continent, dominating, right? So Suno was what was used for the first one, and there's a data problem in a sense that most of these AI tools, 80 to 90% of the data that's being fed is actually Western data. It's not African data, right? What that results to is if you prompt it and you say, I want to say Pumelela, it will say Fumelela, right? Because the Pumelela doesn't really, it's something that there's not a lot of data in it, right? But if you think about Africa, not just South Africa, we have Afrobeats, we have Amapiano, we have cultural music. We have so much within the creative space that we can tap into where AI can come in and really grow that, right? So Aura.Africa is a tool we just launched. What it does is it creates a song. There's different types of genres that you can create here. There's a full list that you can try. But for me, this is where the magic happens, right? And you will see that in this document, I kind of wrote so I can show you actually how it works, right? I'm going to create a song and you will hear it. It'll say Yebo, whatever. It's for Panda Picture, right? You'll hear it in a bit. What you do here basically is you tell it. You tell it what kind of music you want. I'm looking for an upbeat Afro track with catchy melodies, right? Now people are like, oh my God, are you stealing from like the creative process of creating music? Not really. Because at the end of the day, what this does is it's a tool that helps you do what you did previously much quicker, right? It doesn't take it away. At the end of the day, everyone will have access to this, but it's up to you to still direct it on what it should do, how it should do it, right? Secondly, you do the genre, you select the duration, how long it is, and in the genres, we have all sorts of things, kwaito, likompo, all of those. Then you have lyrics. And in lyrics, again, this is kind of where you come in and you like sort of define, this is what I want, how I want it, and so forth. And then obviously you do the generation. So just for starters, I want to take a chance, right? And then see if, I already have music playing now, but I think what I want to do is just kind of show you how it will work. Let's put these lyrics here quickly. We could just maybe put like from here. While I do this, and this is important because whoever participates in this process, the first question I want to ask is, why haven't we fully adopted AI? And within the South African context, particularly entrepreneurs in grassroots level. I'm quite curious. Participation is rewarded. Anyone? At the back. Do you want to raise your voice a bit? Or is there a mic? Yeah. So the question is, why is AI something that we haven't fully embraced, particularly within the grassroots level, level. And maybe Linda, I'm wrong, right? And if I am, please don't be like afraid to stop me and say, Gift, you're wrong. But you obviously deal with a lot of entrepreneurs, and obviously the impact of AI is crazy, massive. If already right now we are seeing a growth in AI adoption, please come in. But if not, also share those insights. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's being scared that our ideas or just personal stuff is going to be out there. AI is going to have all of your information. So we try and shy away from actually embracing how AI is powerful.
Okay. So fear, right? There's an interesting movie I noted. There's another hand here. There's an interesting movie I was watching, and it was saying that what human beings don't know, they fear. And what we fear, we seek to destroy. I don't know what movie it is, but I really like that, and I think we shouldn't do that. Like these things are working elsewhere. I mean, if I speak about China, about what they're doing with AI, I won't finish. What do you think?
So on my side, this is personal to me.
Yeah.
So we had kids from ADWA that joined our organization, and they were using a lot of AI like for everything.
Yeah.
So I just felt that it makes our youth lazy, but the more we've started using it, but at the same time, I still feel like it kills that part of critical thinking.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. It's actually a very interesting question, comment, because when I did an MBA, my school, for example, struggled to fully define how thesis, like the influence of of AI content within an MBA thesis, right? Like as a school, think about it. How do you ensure that AI was used to this level, and beyond this level, it's unacceptable? You have to think about the technology behind that, and it's pretty tricky, right? To her point, I do feel like we don't know where we are right now specifically about like the impacts of what it would do. Would people become more lazy, or will they embrace it in a new way? It's an interesting comment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, thanks, Gift. I think from my perspective, it depends where you are sitting. So if you're in a school where there's pit toilets, you don't even know what AI is. There's no connectivity, there's no internet. So the education part of it is really a huge problem. Going to high schools, coming into university space, less information. Professors are scared that it's taking intellectual property. You can't think, critical thinking, plagiarism and all that stuff. So it means it's going to be producing less competent people. In the working space, I think people are just scared that it's going to take their jobs. So because of that, we're not willing to embrace it because we don't know what's next. Like if I embrace this and I teach it to do what I do, what happens to me? Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. I can see a lot of hands. I am running out of time, and I still want to play this. I still want to but I think we shouldn't be afraid, right? Like, I think we don't know altogether. Oh, I do. Thank you. Thank you. So, we don't know yet the true implications of what it would do. But I think my worry is we are way behind. Other nations are fearing it, but they're testing and they're thinking about it. And I haven't seen that. I'm going to take maybe one hand. Oof. Oh my God. She says she has the mic. Okay, I'll take two. I'll take the gentleman there and the lady there. Oh, you have a question? A cool question. I'll take the cool question and the gentleman there. Go ahead.
So just to answer your question, generally, I think it's just that with most advancements, Africa has taken time to catch up with the rest of the world. No matter what it is, from when television was first introduced, whatever it is, Africa's always sort of been behind. So I think that's also sort of what it is. The world is going ahead of us because a lot of the technology started there. It's developed obviously for Westerners. So sometimes that's also the thing, like some of it's not relevant to the African context, and sometimes that's why it doesn't catch traction. But with regards to music, and just to speak about, the creative process, I think a lot of creatives, authenticity is a very important thing to them. And there's that human element that creatives always want, because you want to pour yourself into your work, whether it's visual art, dance, music, and whatever it is. And I think in the creative space, AI lacks that authenticity. Yes, it's quick. Yes, you can put a prompt, but it's the blood, sweat, and tears and the sleepless nights that make the creative output what it is. And that's sort of then what's lacking.
I'm gonna actually do something interesting. No, I get this a lot, right? As someone that's doing AI, people are like, "Yeah, we don't like your music. You should be canceled because it's AI." The very same people, if I play the music and not tell them it's AI, they love it. The very same people, right? So to your point, I think over and over again we've seen this. I mean, if you think about music, we started with CDs, right? And then it went to like cassette, and then there was like USBs and laptops, and all these different phases. There was always someone who was like, "Nah, man, I prefer my vinyls, I need that like natural, because that's where the real." I don't think so. I personally don't think so. I think we have to evolve. Do we know what the creative process of music creation looks like with AI infused? Probably not 100%. But should we push it back? I also don't think, that's a good move. Interesting question, gentleman at the back, and then I'm gonna play the first song. So it's an Afro beat. The gentleman, yeah.
To use it, and we found some of the facts incorrect, specifically in our industry.
Okay.
And so we're quite careful about utilizing it. And then I think the other problem is, I think, exposure, how to responsibly use it. So, like what you're doing now, I don't think we get enough of that. So how do we get it into schools and universities where you can show kids how it could be used responsibly?
Sure. I love that. I'm gonna speak about China now. I said I'm not, but he's pushing me to. Look, China has mandated AI in primary schools. So now, if you put your kid in China anyway, they have to learn AI, right? What he's saying is really interesting, and it speaks to also something that is also in a gray area, which is regulation. Like, how do we write policies that protect us? Because one AI mistake on human impact, it's going to be crazy, right? One little tiny thing. If AI gets that wrong, the human impact on it is pretty wild. And we're already seeing this with the likes of ChatGPT. There's cases now of where people have been convinced by ChatGPT to take their own lives. Yeah, because what you do is you feed it facts about your life, and then it assesses if there's a solution. And if there isn't a solution available, it just say, "Hey, man." It's an active case right now. If you Google it, you will find it, right? They're suing OpenAI now. Lady at the back, and then I'm going to play our first Afrobeat song.
It's actually a statement, but I think a lot of the statements in the room kind of cover what I'm about to share. I think with AI, a lot of it does not represent our cultural contexts in Africa. So in terms of language, cultural nuances, I think you made a reference to it in your song.
Yeah.
With the, different like linguistic,
Yeah.
And it doesn't have enough data. So I think a lot of it is the Western context.
Right.
Where those AI models are built.
Yeah.
So I think it's a little bit more difficult for us to localize unless if we build our own AI models, and we don't really have that tech yet, I think, that's built for us to do it, because it's your big Microsofts and, OpenAI and that sort of thing, where those things are developed. So until we as, Africa have our own tech startups, whatever, and build that technology, it'll be a game changer.
You spot on. Quick one. So, you're spot on. We can never own anything if we don't own from hardware to software. If we own a piece of it, and someone else who's not from here owns the other, do we fully own all of it? The answer is no. So last week I was at Africa Tech Festival in Cape Town. Strive Masiawa was there. He's put $780 million into building an AI facility, and he's partnered with NVIDIA, I think, and he's building data centers, right, with crazy GPU amount. It's ridiculous, right? So I think we are seeing, he's a first mover, but am I convinced that there are other billionaires that are going to throw millions into it? Yeah. I think NVIDIA is one of the most valuable companies in the world, right? Who's ready for the first song? AI.
MTN. Bachibanda. I was looking for a way, searching for a sign. Had a vision in my head, but I needed time. The world is getting hard, so I wanna Chinese a friend. Yeah. Then you came and showed me how we can ascend. Yeah. You saw the fire burning in the youth. You gave us platforms just to speak the truth. Mentorship and funny, yeah, you opened up the door. Now we innovate, we're shouting encore. Reckless, we don't just talk with you. We making green moves with you. You make me wanna change, make the world a little better. Make it rain to the weather. MTN, we in this together. Thank you for the push, thank you for the stage. Bachibanda, we are turning the page. Make me wanna we protecting the green, living the dream for the planet, yeah. Pollution gone, we finding the solution. A young revolution, a green evolution. You back the boy, you back the girl. Now we showing off to the whole wide world. WWF, yeah, you held a hand. Now we bringing healing back to the land. Can you feel the breeze? We saving the trees. From Naija to Josie, we keeping it cozy. You make me wanna change, make the world a little better. Make it rain to the weather.
Okay. How was that? So this is a song literally by, I guess, Gift. And it's for Pachi Panda. That's what it says. It says, thank you for giving the stage, appreciate it. We're in this together, right? If I played that and you didn't know, I created here. When I was sitting here, this is when I created this song. It's perfect. It's commercially ready. I can put it out there, right? If I played this, would you have known? Yeah. To your point, right, about not infusing our culture and whatever, I think we haven't tried. We're criticizing it, and it's just here, but we haven't tried, And unless we try, and we try to break it and extend it and see where it can go, we're still a little bit behind, right? So that was there was the Afro beat one. I have like an Amapiano version of something different as well, also created here.
kajeno letsatsi le laikitse mosebetsi o felile terene e tletse taxini e a letsa empa re a bososela pelo le tabile hobane weekend e fihlile tlohela stress a ofisi apara Sunday best ya o kalabolano re le bakwana Soweto Kapa Santo sebaka sesetle Habolano Josi re athaba Gauteng monate o teng strateng utlwa lo drum mere dancha re kopane kaofela re bine Josi a pling re phela monane yeah la 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 Let's metsoa re etse plan Pula box lokile ka koloi ha hona taba re bata vibe fela mino dem bato bate Uma utla moribo adoro Kena koyaro
Okay. So that was the second song. Yeah, she has a burning question. Yeah. Yeah.
Royalty free, no copyright music for your content, so you don't get struck on YouTube and you don't get your content taken off. Also in the video making process, trying to find music that fits the mood that you're trying to evoke with your video. That actually adds so many hours and so much time to the video editing and content creation process. So something like this actually would make that so much easier. Because I think, well, I care less about the human element in that part, but it does sort of make it easier for you to get exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah.
In a short space of time. So
Yeah.
but
And-
you haven't won me either.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, that's like the value proposition of AI, right? Is its ability to give us something that would have otherwise taken years or months or maybe days in seconds, just like that, right? So I think, I don't know, is there any question? Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm working here, so I shouldn't be a part of this. I come from the video background. It costs me 700 Rand a month to have a motion array account that has music, video, photos, graphics, everything like that. It takes me 3 days to find a African related song for something local and then it's still too like safari styled. So stuff like this would save me huge amounts of time. I also struggle with township footage. Cape Town shots are in abundance. Durban's terrible. Joburg's terrible. So there's a platform for AI. And then the other side of it is that there is money to be made in this because places like Motion Array allow you to upload your content and then you make money out of it.
Yeah.
So if you start creating Kwaito songs or hip hop songs or Afro beats and then uploading them, you can make money out of that. And in a short space of time, you've made some incredible songs. So thank you.
Another interesting thing that I think alludes to what you're saying is in here, what we've built as a marketplace, right? So, because now think about it. So, Spotify probably gets like 50,000 songs uploads every single day, right? Deezer, they said they get 80,000 songs made by AI every day, right? So even how the current music streaming value chain looks like, that in itself is being disrupted. Because if you're an African artist and your biggest revenue portion is coming from streams, now you're competing with the likes of Gift, right? I mean, no offense to me, but I'm not like I haven't been putting like a lot of hours into it, you know. But people like what I'm putting out there, so I will compete with you either way, right? So the marketplace is also a chance to also help artists earn directly through the work that they do, and we're still defining what that looks like, you know. We also want real, tangible, African-driven solution. You know, not like something that's Western influence. We wanted to, even if we can just find one type of artist that we cater, that would be perfect, right? I have, yeah. Where's the mic? Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Because I mean, this is great, and I like it. It could be categorized for I want to create music for corporate videos, for I don't know, which often is a challenge.
Yeah.
However, if you're putting it out on Spotify and you are gaining the exact same amount of revenue that a Tyler would,
Yeah.
then one starts to look at the principles of fairness, etc. So should you be getting the $1 to $1, or should you be getting a 15 cents to $1 original
Yeah.
sound versus an AI created sound?
Right.
So those things will
And-
increasingly becoming important.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you're right, right? I do feel like, oh, you mentioned so many things. My head is popping. So there's definitely going to be, we're coming to a point where people are going to be like, I don't want AI generated music. I want human, I want hours, I want that, right? So when you go to your Spotify, it's going to say human music or AI, right? And then you can click on and select whatever you want. Secondly, the law is always playing catch up. I'm showing you this case study because Suno was sued, I think, $100 million or something crazy like that by not one, but several other music companies. So Wema Brothers, they hold some of the biggest IP of music probably in the world, up there with the likes of Sony and stuff like that. They were suing Suno to say, hold on a sec, you actually used data of our artists in your AI training model, and they never got paid. So we're going to sue you. And there was clear evidence for that. Now I'm showing you this because now they actually are partners, right? So Woma now has signed an agreement with Suno. It still doesn't fully say what that is or what that looks like. But you could imagine if I am a competitor, if I am the Sony of the world and I'm seeing my competitor sign with someone else, what are they signing for, right? But think about it also from what would it mean for the artist that Warner Music is managing. Are they thinking of maybe putting this in their hands as well as established artists to say, use AI? Because we also, and the truth will come out eventually, we also don't know how many artists have been using AI all along, and we've been consuming their music, and we just didn't know. Because there's no technology that exists that can fully analyze and just say AI. But if there is, and I'm hoping there will be, you will see, you will be shocked. You'll be shocked at how many artists have been using this for a very long time. So I have one last song for you, and then I am going to do my quiz so that I can give you guys prices, right? I was listening to this one, and actually I think this is my favorite. It's an Afrobeat as well.
Yeah, big vibes. It's a lifestyle, you know. No stress zone today. Turn the music up a little bit. Yeah, yeah. Sun coming through the window blind. Louis V pattern on my mind. Tell the waiter, make you bring the wine. Everything nice, everything aligned. I don't hustle, I don't pay my dues. Now I only walk in designer shoes. Check the news, we are breaking rules. Cruising altitude, enjoy the view. steady grinding, no be today. Now we cruising on the highway. Bad energy, far away, far away. I just want to jive every day. I no get time for stress today. Now soft life I define. Okay, champagne for breakfast, no delay. If you no involve money, I beg go away. If you no involve money, I beg go away. Touchdown London, straight to Paris. My baby fine, she no get worry. Spend the ego, no dey in a hurry. If you dey hate, tell me what is your story. See the drip, you dey blind it, blind it. Check the time, perfect timing, timing. Diamonds on my neck, see them shining, shining. Top floor business, we are dining. I no get time for stress today. Now soft life I define. Okay, champagne for breakfast, no delay. If you no involve money, I beg go away. If you no involve money, I beg go away. Money they call, I they pick 'em. Haters they talk, I they skip 'em. If not problem, I they lit 'em. Good life, we they live 'em. Money they call, I they pick 'em. Haters they talk, I they skip 'em. Why I go kill myself? I cannot come and kill myself. Allow me to flex my wealth. Good health is the realest wealth. Pop a bottle, make it two. Me and my guys, shot the crew. Nothing too rude, stuck like glue. Only good vibes coming through. I no get time for stress today. Now soft life I define. Okay, champagne for breakfast, no delay. If you no involve money, I beg go away. I no get time for stress today. Now soft life I define. Okay, champagne for breakfast, no delay. If you no involve money, I beg go away. Jeje, waka, jeje. Soft life only take us to the world.
Thank you. That was, yeah, I was a bit afraid as well because like I had to run out, listen to the songs a little bit, and then come back to make sure that they're sort of okay. But yeah, I think you've seen what AI could do. Question? You tell it everything. You tell it the type of voice you want, the female or male, choir. The more detailed you are, the better results you'll get. Yeah, you could go check it out. This what I was doing here is aura.africa. I don't know if I'm like DJ Spoo now, promoting more fire. I'm giving those vibes. Yeah, go check it out, play with it. I think not just with this, but with any AI tool, really go out there and like explore what AI can do for you. Now, I was actually looking for a few questions I want to ask so that I can give you guys these prices over here. So it is actually going to be about honesty more than anything. And whoever admits to my questions is definitely able to get something, right? So first of all is raise your hand if you have used AI to send an email to your boss. Okay. Are your bosses in the room or? Okay. 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 So maybe not the best question because I have only 4 prices here. Raise your hand if you are the type to say please or thank you with ChatGPT. I think I should change these questions. Yeah, it doesn't. Who doesn't say please? Oh my God, look at their faces. When Terminator comes, y'all better know what to do. You know what? I think I'm just going to ask the questions, and then I've seen already a few people that I really engaged with, and I really appreciated that. So I think I'll see what I can do, right? But let's engage. Then I'll tell you now it's time, and I'll select a few people. Now, to take it a step further, I want to then, when you raise your hand, I'll select you. Tell us why, or you can just volunteer and tell us why you do that specific thing that I'm doing, right? So, another question that I would have is, would you rather date a human? Would you rather date a human who forgets your birthday every year? Or would you rather date an AI robot that looks like your celebrity crush and treats you perfectly? No AI takers in the room? Oh, I thought you would say, yeah. Okay. So there's no one. Okay, but I heard we like the human this side. Sure. Sure. Okay. If an AI could do your job perfectly starting tomorrow, right? And you still got paid 100% of your salary, would you? A. I haven't. Hold on. So, A, use the free time to solve world hunger. It says B. B, finally sleep for 14 hours a day. Ah, A? Who's saying A? I need an explanation. Are you saying A? Talk to me. Yeah.
Right, hunger is a problem in the world.
I think before you get to the hunger,
Mm.
I want you to talk to me about, are you comfortable with an AI taking 100% of your job? You still get your salary, but are you comfortable with that?
Good question.
Which is interesting because a few minutes ago, most of you were like, yeah, but it's taking our job. Isn't that a bad thing? So what changed? Huh? That's
Right, so I'm gonna defend myself.
Okay.
Okay. I am not lazy, number one. But I would love the AI doing my job.
Okay.
And still getting my salary, of course, 100% of it.
Yeah.
As long as I'm solving for something else, for a bigger problem that we experience as human beings in the world, especially in Africa, hunger is a real problem. So if we can solve that, I think we can solve half the problems that come with it. Most of our problems stem from hunger. Crime stems from hunger most of the times. So I'm sure if we can solve for hunger, then the crime rate, it will disappear.
It's hard to do crime when you're full, yeah?
Imagine.
Yeah.
When you fool, you wanna sleep.
Unless you're a politician, then maybe.
You said that, Gift,
I don't
not
know
me.
to what extent, but.
You said that, not me. But yeah.
Sure. And I think this is great because, this is what AI can do, right? We can focus on what is actually important. I'll give you an example. How many hours in your lifetime do you think you've spent searching for an email or just trying to open an app or finding something on your phone that you don't know where it is? Just scrolling. How many hours do you think you've spent on your life trying to find that? Probably a month. You probably lost a month of your life just scrolling and searching for. AI can take care of that. Obviously, it's very small and minute, but I'm just showing you to your point that AI is here to take care of all the administrative stuff. So we focus on real human issues, right? I saw a hand over there.
I speak for myself and many others, having supported entrepreneurs for years. How many guys are too scared to take the risk of not having an income? So, if that could happen, how many entrepreneurs would take the risk and start enterprises and create jobs that would solve world hunger?
I don't know. I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know, but I mean, I would imagine, there's people that might be willing to take the risk. I don't know. It's an interesting question. I don't know. That's my answer. Did you want to add something?
Thank you. I think mine was just to contribute on partly what you said, that because of we previously feared what we don't know. Now we're seeing maybe also it's an opportunity to create awareness to say, if AI can be able to solve these things for us, maybe most part of the hard labor, it also helps us to address some of the social ills that we're facing. For example, you see parents, they're not home most of the time, and which then also enable the kids to get to the wrong platforms because there's Wi-Fi at home and. So while the AI is also doing part of your work, it saves you time to also be present fathers, present mothers, and also maybe an opportunity to create other streams of income. So I think maybe it's a challenge for all of us to be more advocates as they create also responsible use in all the different sectors that we have influence on. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you for that. Next, there's someone. Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So for me, I just wanted to add on that, and then my addition will also support why I chose option B, where I will let AI take over and then maybe get 14 hours of sleep. And I think this is something that affects a lot of women. So as I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a new mom, and I'm a wife. And I have to run a small business that is growing and very demanding. I don't remember the last time I had a proper sleep, but that's where I appreciate AI, because AI make my life much more simpler and much more easier to navigate. So if I could have the opportunity to say, can you please take over my role as the owner of the business or as the managing director, and then I just get those little few hours of sleep so that I can rest, because rest is important for your own health and your own mental health. So it's quite important for us to rest. So AI is coming in there, reducing your workload so that you can also focus on your family and yourself and your own health as well. So
I love
thank
it
you.
so much. I'm going to give you a prize.
Go down.
Love it. Thank you. That was good. I think it's such a. Thank you. Yeah. It's such an interesting one because it leads to my next question, right? Which is, hypothetically speaking, right? If we had a price, I don't want to put a number to it, but if we had let's put a number, let's say 1,000 Rand. If you had to be given 1,000 Rand, would you allow us to put the last 5 prompts of your ChatGPT on screen? Okay. Who's no, who's yes? Okay, I need a no, I need a yes, and I need to know why. You said that's a strong no, yeah. Okay.
Mine was a strong no, only because it was personal medical
Okay.
information.
Okay.
And in saying that, I should have probably just asked my doctor as opposed to ChatGPT.
Okay.
But I was just curious. I was just
Okay.
curious.
Okay. And you said yes? Okay.
I'm saying yes because most of the stuff that I put into ChatGPT,
Yeah.
it helps me on a daily basis.
Okay.
Such as it sets out a routine for me on the day.
Yeah.
So for today in the morning, I consulted AI.
Mm.
So I put in a list of all the things that I had to do for the day.
Yeah.
And and said it must find a way
Okay.
that is easier for me to get all those things done without it bugging my mind or me becoming stressful about it.
Okay.
So yeah.
I wish I can continue. I love the engagement, but our judges are back, and I think let us pause here. I have 3 prizes, and I'm not biased, right? I'm gonna give it to the first person that raised their hand. They already did. Which is her at the back. So please come get your prize. And then I'm going to give to the two people that I saw participate, and that's you and her as well. Yeah. Oh. Oh, you can't get it as well? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Who do you want to nominate?
Yes.
You see, corruption starts like this.
Has been
Nomination.
entertaining the guys
Nomination
and
for
stuff.
what?
And I
Huh?
discussed.
Yes, I want someone who participated. The lady participated, and the gentleman there. The gentleman at the top, yeah? Yeah, I think so. I think so. No hard feelings, huh? Thank you so much. Thank you. Judges are back. So we are going to go straight forward. I mean, I really would want us to be out in the next coming few minutes, and to continue with our program. We are going to have acknowledgement of the top 10. So what I would just like us to do is, I know that there's going to be certification handing, and I'm not going to do that. So it's going to be Gia or Vivian. Vivian. So if you could come over, Vivian, do that. And then immediately after that, you know what time it is. We're going to nominate the top 3. And I'm really excited. And judges, I would love to also hear, how was it, right? Like, how was it finding the top 3? Vivian?
Oh wow, what a day, what a day, what a day. It was very exciting to actually be here and just listening to the innovators in the room, from where they started to where they were today. It was really exciting. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vivian Petla, and I'm from Indalo Inclusive South Africa. So the session that we're going to be doing now, because this has been a journey, right? We have been with the top 10, but it didn't start there. I mean, it started from the call for applications. We continued to do like a, an adjudication process where we do the shortlisting. Then we moved on to actually get to a top 10. And the guys that made it here, I think Res said in the morning, everybody is a winner. To get to where you are today is a lot of hard work. And every innovation is absolutely exciting. So we're just going to do a short part of actually acknowledging everyone, the top 10 that participated in this process. And I'm just going to call Lusanda Ngobenkola. I always say to her that I butcher your surname all the time. She is the Senior Manager for Sustainability and BE in MTN. So Lusanda has been very close to the process as well. So I'm just going to ask Oradile to please come and help Lusanda with the certificate so that she can be congratulating the guys as they are being called to come and receive a certificate. This is a certificate of recognition for all the work that you have put in this from the time you submitted your application until now. I think you've done fantastic. So without wasting any time, we're going to start from the top, right? We're going to be starting from the top, and the first person, I just want to check Belezani if you are here. Is Belezani back? So we're going to call Belezani Makado. She's going to be receiving her certificate of recognition. Can we clap for her as she comes? Let's continue clapping. Well done, Belezani. The next person we'll be calling is Sandekahle Sivungu. If you can come to the front, let's clap for them. Well done, well done. We're just getting the photos in. If you can hold your certificate. Well done. Let's clap as we call the third person. The third person who's becoming is, I'm also like Gift, Bafokeng Mofokeng. You can come to the front. Let's clap for him as he comes. Get to the photos. Cool, if you can hold your certificate there so we get the picture in. Oh, well done. Then we go to Gift Mabena as you come to the front. Well done, Gift. Well done. Then we move on to Kabelo Maketa as he comes to the front. Well done, Kabelo. Great stuff. Then we move on to Nonhlanhla Mhlongo. She's seated there at the back as she comes. Let's clap. Well done. Great work. Get the photos in. Look at the photographer there. Great stuff. Then we move on to Wendile Mpofu. As she comes, let's clap. Then we move to Toza Mileliche as he comes to the front. Let's clap. Well done. Then our last one is Sipho Mkwebane as he comes. Let's clap one last time. Thank you so much, Lusanda. Well done, everybody. So we're going to move on swiftly, and I'm just going to ask Simon Smith from the Earthshot to come from the adjudicator. It's always good to hear back from the adjudicator. How was the process? How did they find the innovation? So he's just going to, in 1 minute, just give us feedback. Simon, you can come there.
Sure, thank you. The hugest congratulations to all of you. Give yourselves a round of applause. It was absolutely amazing. I've worked in climate change for a long time, and I think one of the critical things we need to do to act for climate change is to create businesses that not only create jobs and contribute to economic growth, but solve for environmental sustainability at the same time. And that is not an easy thing to achieve, but I think all 9 of you here today have cracked that. So congratulations to you. I hope you're really proud of yourselves. It was definitely not an easy decision for us because each of you are really demonstrating thinking that's at the forefront of innovation and financially viable solutions for nature, which is just absolutely incredible. And I think for me, the special source of today was that all of you included tech, but almost all of you were looking at how to make that tech more accessible and more inclusive for those who can most benefit from it. And I think that's really special and extraordinary. So congratulations, and thank you for inspiring us judges today.
Thank you so much, Simone. Thank you. That was great to actually hear the feedback of how the process was going in the background for everyone else. We are now moving to the moment we have been waiting for. Yeah, the moment we've been waiting for, right? So we're now going to be doing the prize giving And yeah, it's been a journey. So the top 3 are going to be announced. And please, everyone, as we call the top 3, let's celebrate with them. There's quite a lot of things, like Simone said, that they took into consideration. And I just want to check if we are ready with the prizes for the top 3. Okay. So I'm going to actually start from the third person or the third prize, because we are introducing our winners in terms of the top 3, as in number 3, number 2, and then number 1. Okay. So this is the moment that we have been waiting for. And as we actually do that, I'm just going to ask Lacey to please come join us on the stage. I'm also going to ask Mr. Rez Kanju, our director from Indalo Inclusive, and I'm also going to ask Kiabetsu Mabi from MTN to come and actually join us. And if they've joined us, we're actually just going to do the top 3. Just confirming. Yeah. Mr. Ray says he doesn't know, he was not involved. So I just want to make sure that the names that we're calling are actually the people that we deliberated on. There was quite a big, discussion around this. And guys, the top 10, everyone is a winner. Everyone is a winner. You've made it this far. Let's just clap for them once more. And just to mention again, the person who is... Okay, we're just confirming here because, we don't want to actually end up making that mistake of who ended up being in the top 3. It was a big deliberation, guys. We deliberated and deliberated and deliberated on this. So, yes, we are sorted. Yes. So, at number 3, the third person is going to receive a prize of 35,000 Rand. The third person is going to receive a prize of 35,000 Rand, and we do actually have a prize here that, they can go home and they can celebrate with their families. And that person is Bafokeng Mofokeng. Congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations. Please join at the stage. Congratulations, congratulations, Mofokeng. Please, you can stand on the side there for us so that when we do the picture at the end, it's easy. And then the second person that we deliberated on and decided on is, drum rolls, Gift Mabena. Gift Mabena. Congratulations. Congratulations, Gift. For the photos. Congratulations, Gift. And Gift will be receiving the cash prize of 52,000 Rand, as you can see it on his check. Congratulations, guys. And big drum rolls for the first position. And the first prize goes to Wendy Lempofu. Congratulations, Wendy Le. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. Well done. Congratulations. Okay, we're just gonna ask for remain on the stage, and then we're just gonna ask for the top three to also just take one photo with Kiabezu and Mr. Rest. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Let's clap for them once more. Great. We're still going to celebrate some more after as we go to lunch. But in the interest of time, we'll also do photos outside after we wrap up. But we are going to close, and we are at MTN. So we are going to ask the Chief Commercial Operations Officer, Devish Joshi, I hope I'm saying that right, to come and actually give us closing remarks, and also just to also reflect on the day that it was and the program Pachipanda, what it means for MTN. As he comes to the front, please let's clap.
Firstly, let me share utmost congratulations to the top 10, to the top 3, to the top 1. Really phenomenal innovation, collaboration. Guys, it's not everyone. If we look at the world, there's not many who dare to dream. And of those who dare to dream, there are even fewer who dare to act. And you all have done exactly that. You've dared to dream and you've dared to act. So congratulations to you first and foremost for that. From MTN's perspective, I think many of you would have walked through our buildings and you would have seen our vision and, our branding around the building. And MTN has a lofty vision, a vision to drive digital solutions for Africa's progress, to connect the unconnected. But as I say, those words, of course, on their own, just sound very lofty. What does it mean on the ground? What does it mean in reality? The truth is that we know that on this continent, if you are able to put a smartphone in the hands of the woman that feeds the family, she's able to improve the nutrition of that family. She's able to give her children access to education. She's able to bridge the digital divide and bring them closer to the world so that they can dream beyond their little village or beyond their little house and actually dream of a world that exists outside and now becomes accessible to them. This vision is underpinned by sustainability at our core. And today, the innovations that I've read about, I couldn't see through all of them, but the innovations that I've read and that were presented here are really, truly phenomenal. The power of innovation and collaboration is strong, and it really gives the older folk like myself hope for the prospects of Africa. It gives me confidence in knowing that innovators like yourself will continue to drive those digital solutions, will continue to bring opportunities to all our people on the continent. This is a problem that we have to bridge across borders. This is something that we have to do to deliver not just for ourselves and our businesses, but for our communities and for the continent. And so for that, I really want to thank you and encouraging you to continue dreaming, And hopefully companies like ourselves and our partners, Nedbank and Indalo Inclusive, can continue to drive great initiatives like these across the country and across the continent. And hopefully we see many of these innovations come to life and bring change to the lives of who you intended to bring change to. So thank you very much for joining us today here at our main campus. And thank you to our partners, and most of all, thank you to our innovators. We look forward to a future governed by you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those encouraging words, especially for the innovators in the room. It just tells you that today is not the end. There's still a long way to go. And like we always say at Indalo, there are many other opportunities. Just because you didn't make it to the top 3 doesn't mean your journey ends here. And with that, I'm going to ask that the top 3 and all the top 10, actually the whole top 10, will remain in the room together with our adjudicators, our keynote speakers, the MTN colleagues for the photos outside, and everyone else can go to lunch. Lunch will be served straight out. When you go out, straight, like you're going to the bathroom, you walk straight, lunch is being prepared there and it's going to be served there. With that, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate your time, and lunch is served. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Gift, did a fantastic work in moderating the session and keeping us entertained during the deliberations. We appreciate your time. Thank you, Linda, for joining us and such, encouraging words this morning. I think everyone who was in the room was really clued up to what you were saying in your keynote. And to our adjudicators, I know we deliberated and we really value the insights and the input and the knowledge that we have. To MTN and our Nedbank colleagues who could not join us, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you and have a good afternoon. Thank you.